Well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to what is the beautiful Al Ain Raceway in the United Arab Emirates, just off the Omani border. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box this weekend as we get ready to go racing for the fifth and penultimate time of the 2024 season. Morning warm-up is currently underway for the Mini 60 category, and already out the commentary box window, I am spotting drivers holding back quite a little bit, and I know our race director Martin Bean is not a fan of that. But for the first time here in the United Arab Emirates, joining me, Nicole Sutherland. Nicole, welcome. It is quite warm, but we are ready for a full weekend, or I say weekend. It's not a weekend. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Last year as well, didn't you, Anthony?
On that one.
Quite known there. Yeah, it is much warmer out here than it is over in the UK. We're already at 21 degrees as we head into today's race. Of course, same format as always, where we will have finals out for today, which is going to throw a spanner in the works for some of those drivers who are fighting for those all-important championship points. Quite a while then to go until the stream starts, just under 2 hours. But like you said, Anthony, these drivers out there now putting in those laps to try and dial themselves and these karts in, and everybody out in this mini group then really bunched together. These drivers rolling over, waiting for those quicker competitors around them to try and fight for these laps out there.
Yeah, it's all to play for, and like you say, we'll be live very soon today.
Okay, Anthony, I'm going to stand over there.
Yeah.
Can you press hold this button at top?
Yeah, sure, not a problem. Well, with only one more practice session to go over the course of the morning, qualifying coming up very soon, of course. We'll see a lot of drivers just pushing their way out on circuit to really push what they can do on circuit in these Nicole, we are certain.
We absolutely are. We can only expect it to be incredibly hot out there for our drivers then. Very early in the morning still, it's only 9:30, but we are already hitting around about 21 degrees. We'll see you shortly then for qualifying and when the stream starts in just under 2 hours' time.
All good?
Whenever you finish, you don't have to press the red button.
Yeah.
If you want to go on top, you don't have to. Just keep it on, it will turn off by itself.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's good?
Cool. Yeah.
All good?
Lovely.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Very much. You got my one and only pen.
Oh no, am I going to have black in my hair all day with those headphones? I wanna be.
What? No way. Top speed, they put 130 kilometers an hour. No.
Less than that, surely.
Yeah.
Was 130 kilometers an hour like 70? No, it's like that's like 80. 130 kilometers an hour is like 80 miles an hour, no?
No. Yeah, 75. Yeah, 75.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because because I've got both in my car. If I'm doing like 75, it's like 120.
Yeah. So it's about 75 or so. So yeah, they're not going that fast. How fast do you reckon they'll top out at? 60? 65?
I don't know, maybe a bit faster in senior.
I reckon
No,
they're going a solid 170.
that would be the fastest.
I reckon they're going a solid 70.
70.
So 120.
68 to 70, I reckon.
So 120. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say. Well,
Late
have a look at the fucking data. What did a junior do? Why the fuck isn't this working? You mean there's no history? Of course there's fucking history. Whack, that's why. Hotspot on my phone.
Mic test, mic test, mic test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, mic test. 1, 2, 3, mic test. Oh, okay. One, two, three, mic test. 1, 2, 3, mic test. Hey, 1, 2, 1, 2, sound check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Wait. Okay. 1, 2, sound check. Send me on the earpiece, please, so I can hear it. My voice. Yeah. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. Hey, 1, 2, mic test, test. 1, 2, mic test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic test, sound check, check. 1, 2, mic test. 1, 2, mic test. 1, 2, sound check. 1, 2, sound check. 1, 2, sound check. 1, 2, sound check, check. Yeah, I can hear it now in my earpiece. 1, 2, 1, 6. 1 check, 1 check, 1 check, check. 1, 1 check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, sound check. 1, 2, 3, sound check, check. 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, finish. I will change now the battery. Yeah. Okay. Bro, bibigyan kitang HF. Okay. Sino bang...
Hindi niya kailangan ng ano, hindi niya kailangan assistant. Hindi niya kailangan ng assistant.
Okay. Kasi sabi ng director, magbigay daw ako lang kahit sino dyan na... So, kung hindi na kailangan ng assistant, wala akong magagawa.
Siya nagsabi ah. Kayo ulo mo ibigay.
Kayo lang ibibigay. Sige. I was near here in the OB. I was near here in the OB. Wait, I will come back. Okay, hold on. I'm here. Who will test it? Yeah. Who will test it?
May isa ba? Dalawa yung dala-dala niya kanina eh.
For the first thing, we call all the call. No, I mean nothing.
Yes. Check. Some.
This camera is heavy. Yeah, it looks so. This is 11 kilos. The other one it was 10 kilos.
Yes, Sam. I can hear you. It with me.
It's only 7 kilos.
No, I remove it. That's why. Now. Send to me in the earpiece, please. Yeah, I can hear you from the earpiece. Yeah. It's with me. The mic.
Yep. What do they need? Just a quick sound test?
Yeah.
Is it over PA or no?
Can I have this, please? Edgar. Are we PA or no?
PA as well.
Ask them if we want to test also. Ask them if we want also to test
Earpiece. Anthony.
Yeah, speak so.
And
Well, we're down here in Parc Ferme with some of the karts after the first of the warm-up sessions for the seniors and the last of them actually before they head out for timed qualifying. Plenty of action to be had over the course of the day, and some of those times already have shown some incredible pace from some of the young talents here, of course. For many of the drivers, they'll be looking at the last few moments of testing to really get themselves dialed in, ready for the racing today, just to find those few tenths here and there in those morning warm-ups to really see what could happen in the latter half of the day. Of course, remember, 2 finals over the course of this one, so they'll be finding out where they're going to be sitting. Nicole Sutherland finally joins me. She's got away from the desk of writing her notes. Nicole, take that and do a sound test.
Sound test then for you before we go into qualifying in just over 25 minutes time. Busy day for our drivers then in the heat. Of course, 21 degrees already and it's only 9:30. This is about as hot as we ever see it in England. But, you know, I'm expecting to start to burn very shortly out here. I've only got fair skin, Anthony.
You say this is the hottest weather we've had. I mean, I remember my time at Larkhall back in Dare, and it was 35 degrees. I went to Scotland and said it always rains. No, rubbish. I got sunburnt. So there we go. That was that. But yeah, no, indeed, it's quite warm right now. But I expect it to go a little bit hotter, around 33, 32.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been talking to some of the drivers then about the heat. Some drivers are saying it's more of a dry heat out here than what they're compared to in some of their home countries, where maybe the heat is a little bit more, you know, moist out there. The humidity is the word I'm looking for. I couldn't find. Done?
Yeah, you couldn't figure out the word humidity.
Moist.
It was just, the air's a bit moist. Do you mean humid?
Thank you. How does? Oh, okay.
Lovely. Can I give that to you? Thank you. Oh, fantastic, fantastic. I'm quoting that. The air's a bit moist. Not live, but we'll be on the PA and so we'll be I think that goes.
Can we give to them?
Do you want to fill up down?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I won't put it on just yet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They want to test it.
Oh, they want to test it.
So you can hear them properly.
Nicole is wearing the hair.
Can't hear anything.
They don't hear anything.
Yeah. Can I talk on this?
No,
Yeah.
it's earpiece on.
That's what you got that for.
I can hear you. Oh, I can hear myself as well.
Is it a delay or instant?
Through the radio.
No, it's hearing. Yeah, it's only here.
I can talk to you through the other radio, as in. What channel are you on?
I don't know. I've got a radio.
Channel 4.
Maybe I grab one of those on the way back to the box.
Edgar, can you hear me?
You're on channel 7. That won't be helping. Channel 4.
That's cool.
No, that's 4. Now talk. Now you're on channel 4.
Check.
There it goes. You're on channel 7.
I thought I was on 4.
No, you see where that little white line is? You had it on 7.
Yeah.
Difficulties.
Exactly.
No, that's just difficulties.
Exactly.
Thank you.
The radio, this radio is only for...
Who wants... Thank you.
Yeah, you've got a volume knob on the top there.
Can you just give me for a while?
Yeah.
I will just change that.
Change battery?
Yes.
Do you ever find at the end of the weekend your ear like not fluidy, but it doesn't feel right?
Put it this way, I go to an ear doctor every.
Is it fluid?
I go to an ear doctor every 2 months after I started commentating. Yeah, because to get clean. When you wear headsets and the sweat, it builds up. You get a lot of wax and you get a lot of thing. It builds up quite quickly.
Since probably Christian's dad, I just get these pains in my ear. They last about 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And then it stops.
Yeah.
But
I
Thank you very
recommend
much.
I recommend doing this walk.
It's I just changed the battery.
Okay, perfect.
It's full.
Perfect.
And when you wear the headsets, like you get
How long it will? What time it will start?
The live stream will start 11:15.
11:15.
The live stream. Now we're just gonna do interviews, no live stream, just recording for media.
Maybe I will just be with you all the time.
I'm okay, seriously.
Because I'm just worried about the battery. Let's just turn it off like this, sir. And then just press it like 3 seconds.
We've got post-quali interviews, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah, so Nicole, that'll be...
Now I close it.
Yeah, lovely.
What time
Just
is?
to save the battery, sir.
Well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Champions of the Future Academy programme here. Round 5 in Al Ain in the UAE, and it's time qualifying that is currently underway out on circuit for the OKN Junior category. 25 drivers here this weekend have entered into the class, as weather conditions have excelled now to 23 degrees, a balmy 23 degrees, I will say as well. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. It's nice to not be alone here in the UAE for these commentary duties. Nicole, the sun is shining. It's a beautiful day, and the drivers are out there for their first real taste of competitive action.
Absolutely. A couple of drivers then have taken to the track early on, as now it looks like off of the grid area we have got most of our field now joining to the circuit. Within your OKN Junior class then, some big names fighting out for points this weekend, and who we have in the field currently includes Albert Tam, Leonidas Peruzzi, Angelina Simmons, Ko Serra, Julia Angelard, Nathan Kappen, Solomon Paragua, Veer Chopra, Didier Kreeft, Connor Clancy from Axel Nocom, Jan Mikoleshko, Nikolaus Karayanis, Zadray Dudkovsky, Jihao Fwei, Victoria Farfus, Savile Kagay, Mani Nuvolini, Neil Nekmouche, Mitanch Jan, Aaron Mason. And now we've got all of our drivers out on the field, Ji Haofei being, of course, one of the earliest to hit the circuit.
Indeed. And this morning in the non-qualifying practice, it was Mitanch Jain who had taken that top spot with a 55.762. Now, that was only about 600ths of a second faster than Mani Nuvolini, the French driver who did split the two drivers from India, which saw Aran Qureshi take third fastest this morning. But that compared to yesterday's free practice sessions saw Leonidas Peruzzi on those top spots. As the main pack now crosses the line, we're going to see a good chunk of lap times get completed, updated, and of course drivers going around. There is only about 2.5 minutes remaining of the session, and currently it is Ji Haofei on my timing screen that is leading the way at the moment with a 56.187. That is taken away by Aran Qureshi, and Ji Haofei has just taken that back. So the main pack now are on their first flying laps here, Nicole. They're waiting for that very last second to really put in those quick times.
Yeah, they are waiting, but they're also messing around out there a little bit out on the track then, Anthony, through sector number 2 and down towards sector number 3. A lot of bunching up going on for our field. I think some of the drivers who decided to go out earlier, like Ji Haofei, who's currently heading through sector number 2 through turn number 14, has actually really helped himself out here. He's not in that pack of karts that really are now tripping over each other as they head down the main straight and down towards turn number 1. Times then on the board still belongs to Ji Haofei with that 56.051. We're nowhere near those times set yesterday by Leonidas Peruzzi, which was a 55.348. Nuvolini was in there yesterday with a good time, and so was Angelina Simmons, who was your third quickest driver in the junior class yesterday.
Indeed, and looking at this with only about 90 seconds left on the board, we're still seeing that small pack of drivers that went out first in form of Qureshi, Ji Haofei, Mitanch Jain, Victoria Farfus there at the sort of times that are right at that sharp end and are all sub 1 minute. For everyone else, they're 5 seconds off the pace, and I'm not seeing here, Nicole, purple sectors. I'm seeing personal bests from the drivers, and a couple of moments as well, as there's been a moment on the back straight. There's a driver who's gone off. In time qualifying, and again here, Nicole, the drivers are just not breaking into the time set by that original group earlier on.
Arhan Qureshi then still your quickest driver out there on the track. Purple sector 1 and 2, but did drop time on his previous lap in sector number 3. Has broken into that 55-second mark, but still 4 tenths away from the time potential that was set yesterday by Peruzzi. Mitanch then out in P2. Farfus P3 for the time being. Improved in her sector number 2 and 3 over the course of her previous lap, but dropped time in sector number 1. So still some potential there for Farfus. Now then, we are starting to see some of the quicker drivers from yesterday beginning to find a rhythm. Sector number 1 purple time goes to Leonidas Peruzzi, and sector number 2 goes to Nathan Kappen. But now that checkered flag is being rewarded because time has run out for many of these drivers. Still, Arhan Qureshi at the top of the board with a 55.707. It's looking unlikely that this time is going to be beaten out there, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed. Peruzzi crosses the line then, puts in that 55.364. It is the fastest time, and no one at this moment is going to be able to beat it. It has been checkered flag for all of them. Peruzzi ahead of Capin, Clancy from Simmons, Karianis from Farfus, Qureshi, Zhu Haofei about to cross the line now. Was one of the fastest over on. It wasn't Zhu Haofei. Actually, that was Solomon Praega who's just crossed the line. Zhu Haofei looks like has already pitted. But yes, indeed, a very close set in the times there. 0.2 of a second separating the top 6 right now. Less than a second separating the top 16. Well, the field will head back in, but it is Leonidas Peruzzi on pole position for the first day of racing in the OKN Junior category, and he'll be on P1 for those qualifying heats later on today.
Edgar, microphone check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Leonida.
Good job. How much have you done around this track? Is it one of your home tracks?
No, I haven't been here in a year.
Okay. You live in the UAE, right?
Yeah.
Dubai or?
Dubai.
What have you done? What have you been racing in since? Were you at Slovakia?
Yeah.
Yeah. What have you racing since?
Yeah, I'm in championships here.
Cool.
Whenever you want to go.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
Leonidas Peruzzi is your first pole sitter of the day. Leonidas, great lap out there for you, but it looked like a bit of a tricky session. There was some bunching up of the drivers. Being the quickest, how did you manage that out there?
Well, I knew from past experiences as well, you need to be behind someone to get a good slipstream, and yeah, to maintain speed and everything.
And you race out in the UAE a lot. This is, where you live. But you haven't been at this circuit for a year. How have you dealt with that this weekend? Getting used to the track again and making sure that you're as quick as you are?
Well, the tracks in the UAE don't have that much grip, so in terms of grip, they're all the same. I've raced in this. I've known this track since I was in Bambino. But yeah, it's still pretty strong in it.
And you had some really strong results last year when we were here at this circuit. Has that given you a boost of confidence going into today?
Yeah, for sure.
Leonidas, like we said, pole sitter, well done.
Thank you.
Well, here we go then. Mini 60 time qualifying now underway. The groups, the driver has head out onto the circuit. The rest of them have not. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland back in the box. Nicole, we have seen this over the course of the couple of days so far. A lot of drivers waiting to the very last second to head out onto the circuit in TQ. And when they do head out, they generally tend to stay in one big bundle of joy out on circuit.
Yeah, I think it's the minis in particular that have really enjoyed doing that this year throughout pretty much every single qualifying that we have had this season. Those drivers just deciding to wait for the pack out there, wait for some of those quick drivers out there then. One driver on the circuit, like Anthony just said, it's Ronald Venter that is all alone there heading through turn number 1, as now we are starting to see a couple more helmets join to the track off of the pre-grid area. Just a couple of names now joining Ronald there out on the track. Within this qualifying group though, let's take you through who is in the field. Nicolo Perico joins us this week once more after missing the round in Slovakia. He's joined by other names like Achilles Peruzzi, Manuel Kalendi, Atika Mir, Alba Cueva, Rivan Preetham, Brody Cooper Downing, Ronald Venter, who we've mentioned just a moment ago, Giovanni Desani Jr., Zane Burgess, Yankar Jelic, Samad Chopra, Benjamin Karajkovic with Lorenzo Zucchetto, Win Godschalk, Baptiste Augustin, Edin Karizovic, Josh Bergman, who is on a wildcard entrance for this weekend and will join us next week as well. We've not seen Benji in this competition so far this season. Other names, we have Timo Gayapov, Sofia Rudenko, Kornel Milo, David Shitov, Luvush Mathabula, Adam Hoffman, Bruno Miranda, Francesco Lignoli, Mason Hibbert and Ava Lawrence.
Indeed, a lot of new names there in the Mini 60 class here this week, and the rest of the field now heading out onto the circuit as, again, they've all elected to stay in one relatively large group. There's a couple of smaller packs out there as well, but thankfully, all the drivers out there. Less than 3 minutes then on the timer, and it is Ronald Ventner, who is one of the Mini under 10 categories here this weekend. Is set in the benchmark time 105.877, but like we say, we are expecting those times to come down just that little bit more. Morning warm-up this morning, very interesting. Mason Hibbert in his first appearance in the International Series. We saw him racing out in the UAE Series earlier on this year, but first time in the International outing. He was doing around the 101.821s. That was earlier on in the day, and the field yesterday during all the free practice sessions saw a smattering of names up in that sharp end, but it did see Nicolo Perico at the sharp end with the fastest time that we've seen so far, which is a 101.102, and that was done in that last qualifying practice, or last free practice, I should say, of yesterday. Times right now on the board, we just don't know just yet. Atika Mir has put in her first time of a 106.4. We are expecting those times to come down, but the main pack now, Nicole, is on their flying lap. We are going to see those first times coming in, and already we are seeing some purple sectors coming in. Achilles Peruzzi, purple in sector number 1. We are seeing Samar Chopra, purple in sector 2 as well. So the pace is quick all the way throughout, but it's just a case of kind of waiting and seeing what happens as and when they cross the line, which is right now. They cross, and it's Win Godschalk who goes to the top of the board. Not only was he racing in Italy not only a couple of days ago, but he's back now here in the UAE. That time is taken away. Francesco Lignoli did take that one for a brief moment, but it is back once again with Nicolo Perico, who was also racing out in Italy not only a couple of days ago, and is here in the UAE. Less than a minute on the board, and it's a 1 minute .853, the fastest times we've seen so far this weekend, with Perico currently on provisional pole.
Perico then quickest yesterday throughout all of your practice sessions. Karajkovic and Godschalk were in there as well, and a similar setup throughout this time qualifying as the sessions yesterday, where the times, the differences between these drivers really are next to nothing. It's only 200ths that split up Perico and Peruzzi for now. Sector number 1, then Perico now puts in a purple sector, improves in his sector number 2, so he's on the time to try and beat his previous lap. Karajkovic snatches the fastest lap away with a 1 minute dead point 7:49. Now 500ths quicker than Perico, who quickly changes his mind, goes purple in sector number 3 and turns the time to beat into a 1 minute point 2:52. So it is Perico from Peruzzi and Karajkovic, as now that checkered flag is out and these times are running out. These drivers really have put in some good work throughout this qualifying session, Anthony, and it's nowhere near as bunched up as maybe we would have expected. Perico then, sector number 1, has backed off, has not improved on his previous attempt. I think that time is going to be particularly hard to beat. Peruzzi, like we mentioned, was in P2 with Karajkovic. Burgess inside the top 5, as is Mason Hibbert. We've not seen in the Champions of the Future Academy programme this season, but a big name in the field. Really good to be inside the top 5.
Indeed, and that pole time's not out of the woods just yet, because Zane Burgess purple on this lap, so is Brody Cooper, and we're going to keep an eye on this one as Atika Mir goes second fastest with that lap. Burgess goes second fastest. There isn't going to be much time to produce on this one. Peruzzi goes up to third, drops Atika Mir down to fourth. Radenko goes P5 ahead of Karajkovic. Lawrence from Lesnioli. Dowling, despite that purple sector 2, did stay P9 ahead of Mason Hibbert, and that rounded out the top 10. But Perico, like you say, that time confident with it, only clear by 200ths of a second, does take pole position on the first day of racing here on Tuesday in the Academy programme. Certainly a very delighted run there for Nicolo Perico, but can he maintain that pace throughout the qualifying heats and, of course, that all-important final later on today?
Guys, how are you?
Test, 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 test. Test.
Okay, tell us when. Yes, yes.
Yeah. Ready? In our mini category then, it's Nicola Perico that snatches away the pole position from the rest of the field. Nico, great result there for you, but it's hot out there. What's it like with the tyre, with the kart, to try and be as quick as you are dealing with the heat?
Oh, really confident for the next hits. And, it's really hot inside the kart, but yeah, when you push like this, you don't feel the hot. So yeah, let's see what we can do in the hits and push.
And some big names around you as well. You know, you've got Win Gods, Chalk, Zane Burgess. You guys have seen a lot of each other this year. Out there on the track, what are you expecting in the heats? Is it going to be busy?
For sure will not be easy because in this track it's really long, so no one will go away. So it will be a fantastic last lap, and let's see.
And we didn't actually see you in Slovakia. You missed that round, but you're holding on to some good points. You're thinking about a championship lead. Nervous at all when thinking about that?
No, not yet, because it's still 2 rounds ago. So now let's focus on this race.
Well, we'll see where your focus gets you. Pole position, Nico. Well done.
Thank you.
Natitimbangin nila coach pagtapos? Malit pa yung dadak?
Qua hai già tirato giù te?
Check one, can you hear me? Check one. Check one, can you hear me? Hey, 111. One check, one check, one check, one. 1, 2, 3, mic test. Dito siguro. Team daw na yan. Doon daw pala ng may mga Pinoy dyan. No? Doon sa doon rodle doon sa Check one. Check one. Check one. 1. 1, 2, mic test, 1. 1, 2, mic test.
I lost Holly.
Check one.
Nico, ma Carmina, questo qua, guardamelo un po' più freddo.
One, 2, mic test. 1, 1, 1. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sound check, 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 check. 1, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay.
Well, here we go then. It's the OKN senior category that's heading out onto the circuit now with time qualifying. Air temperature already creeping up ever so slowly. It's now at a crisp 28 degrees.
Slowly?
Well,
that was 22 last time I checked. It was only about half an hour ago.
Yeah, well, it's fine. That's slowly. But this is going to be an interesting one. It was very quick earlier on this morning in the morning warm-ups where we saw in non-qualifying practice a very respectable time set by Chiara Batig with a 54.121. That was about 700ths of a second faster than Kasper Reipold and Sara Matsoi. Then, of course, earlier on yesterday, of course, in the free practice sessions, it was a whole day that was dominated by Markus Schilkunis, where the fastest time came out in the last session at 54.587. But so far, Nicole, we have seen that in time qualifying that the times have come down considerably. They have turned the dial up to 11. And they've gone full send in TQ, and I expect we will see the same. The only question that remains is that who will be that P1 driver?
Well, I think your championship leader of Markus Schilkunis, who is out there on the track right now, is one of your big names to keep an eye on. Like you said, Anthony, quickest in yesterday's practice sessions. Good times put in throughout yesterday, and of course a favourite within the championship so far. Other names in the field then, Wojciech Woda, P3 in the championship. He's joined us again, this time out in the UAE. We've got Guido Bodoli, Oscar Gallin, Carolina Redondo, Gianna Pascal, Ian Marwa, Anastasia Gerasis, Pietro Camelengo and Sara Matsoi, to name just a few. Sara Matsoi, really good this morning in her practice session, put in a good time and actually has some really good track knowledge of this Al Ain circuit, was here in 2024 where she had some good results. Early times being set then, it is Gabby Teixeira that currently is your fastest driver out on the track. It's a 55.159 for now, but that's quickly taken away by Markus Schilkunis. And like maybe she could hear us over the PA then, Anthony, Sara Matsoi now is the quickest driver out there, 54.840, and only two drivers on the track to actually get into that 54-second mark. Kasper Reipold now turns up the heat on the rest of the field, puts himself top of the board, shortly ahead of Chiara Batig. It's only 600ths that split up Reipold from Batig for now.
Indeed. Well, it was Sara Matsoi who was on pole position on this very event last year. She put in a 54.172. That is still tantalisingly close to what the pace is right now, so showcasing that the consistency has kept over from last year. However, it is Kasper Reipold now who is the fastest driver out there with a 54.186 and is currently purple in both Sector 1 and 2 on this lap, so we are expecting that time to improve even more. And the crucial part about it as well, Nicole, is that there's still a staggering 2 minutes left in this session. Usually when we see these sort of times coming in, it's with about 10 or so seconds left on the board. These drivers have pushed early, quite early on. We may see some drivers retire from the session sooner rather than later. Yeah, with the heat out there, then they're only going to have so long to put in that quick lap. I wouldn't say that it's going to go right to the checkered flag time-wise. Kasper Reipold now lights things up once more, goes purple in sector number 2, but it's Schilkunis that is on a good one now. Has dropped a bit of time through sector number 2, but like you said, Anthony, still more time within this session, still a minute and 40 left to go. Drivers then in the back of the field who aren't quite managing to string something together just yet. Ella Häkkinen currently down in P30, struggling so far. Elias Leman also struggling time-wise, as is Anastasia Gerasis down there in P28. Kasper Reipold's time there on the board, 53.995, is the fastest ever time recorded here at the Champions of the Future Academy programme. No one last year was able to get into those 53s. Reipold this year has done that, and so has Oscar Gallin, winner of one of the finals of the last round in Slovakia, has brought that speed from Europe over to the Middle East. Oscar Gallin now, provisional pole, 53.941. The fight is on here, Nicolas. Chiara Batig goes purple in sector number 1 and is looking mighty, mighty quick on this lap. Yeah, sector number 1 time's actually really quick out there. Sector 2 wasn't, though. Drop pace through number 2, which is that tight and twisty part of the circuit where the drivers really have to try and keep that momentum nice and high. If you end up too wide through these corners, out on the dust, it's really going to kill that run through the 3rd sector. Gallin then has dropped time on every single sector over the course of that previous lap. Couldn't better his
this time, but Reipold actually did previously, so it is still Gallen that holds on to it for now, but there's really nothing in it between Gallen and Reipold, only a 100th of a second. Fatigue then still very much P3 for now, but again drops time through sector number 1. Question marks now for these drivers, Anthony. I don't know if anybody's on the run to improve here.
No, indeed. I think the pace is pretty much settled in stone here, and Oscar Gallen looking very comfortable there. I mean, there's personal best coming in, but there's no purple sectors. Marcus Shilkunas, who was a pole sitter at this very event last year, can only find himself 4th fastest in this one. Marlon Bayer, 5th fast in this. Reipold just squeezes in a time there. 53.890. It is the driver from Poland on pole position. No one out there is going to be able to beat that time. I mean, Wojciech Woda could be on a lap here, but I don't think he's going to be finishing his lap. No, he's taken it, and yeah, it is Kasper Reipold then. Kasper Reipold, 53.890, fastest ever time recorded in the Champions of the Future Academy program here in the Alain Raceway. Ahead of Oscar Gallen, Chiara Batik from Marcus Shilkunas, Marlon Bayer rounds out the top 5 ahead of Wojciech Woda, Ella Hakkinen 7th from Guido Badoli, Vanessa Shilkanaita and Radek Vavra round out the top 10. 0.3 of a second separating the top 10. Incredibly quick time, and something tells me that the senior category here this weekend is certainly going to be one to watch, with the broadcast starting very soon. Coming up next, it's the qualifying heats, and then, of course, later on today, those first finals.
Okay. Come on.
Good job.
Thank you.
Chcesz czapkę?
Nie.
Ale może
Czy
na
ona-
wywiadu będzie lepiej. Dobra. Chcesz?
No to daj.
Oleg, is the cart okay there? Why is it
Okay.
Amigo, interview.
Casper Reipold, in the senior group then, quickest driver out there, and we believe you've just set the quickest time we've ever seen from a driver at the Champions of the Future Academy programme whilst at this circuit. How does it feel to say that?
It feels for sure good to win. I didn't win a quali for a long time, but yeah, it's a nice feeling. I didn't know I won. I was quite confused when they let me go, like wrong way. But yeah, it's a great feeling. I think it was a quite good lap. For sure, some mistakes, but yeah, it was quite good.
So you're saying that you felt like the lap was good round this track, dealing with the heat and the dust that's out there on the circuit. How do you know that you've got a lap, absolutely correct or somewhat there?
I felt it was good because I had quite good drivers in front of me. I know that I catch them, so I thought like it's a good lap. So yeah, that's basically it.
And going into the heats then, Casper, from what we saw from you in Slovakia, you can drive a race well, you can lead a race, but some big names around you. How are you going to manage that?
Just no stress and focus on going, going no mistakes and just not making too many mistakes, that's for sure.
Well, we'll see how the pleats play out then, Casper. Good job in quali.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
of the Emirati Desert, where the golden sands shimmer, the mountains stand guard, and the engines are about to roar into life. We're here in Al Ain, the garden city of the UAE, and just a stone's throw from the Omani border, for what promises to be a sensational few days of racing at the world-class Al Ain Raceway. It's not Abu Dhabi, it's not Dubai. We are deep into the heart of the UAE, right next to the sand dunes themselves, here at the glorious Al Ain Raceway International Circuit. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box for the 5th and penultimate round of the Champions of the Future Academy Programme. Year of opening 2007, event record set by Kasper Reipold in time qualifying not only a few moments ago, a 53.890. That is the fastest time ever set round this circuit for the Champions of the Future Academy Programme ever since last year as well. But let's take a closer look at the circuit itself. What a venue it is. 1,381 metres, your full throttle down that start-finish straight. It's 187 down that back straight as well. It's around 7-10 metres wide. No elevation change here at all. It's a flat circuit for our drivers to go racing on as the sun beats down on the circuit here, with air temperatures already hitting around 30 degrees. Turns out there are many of them, 14 in total. You'll see 6 to the right, 8 to the left, and 3 hairpins out there. Each and every one of those turns provides its own unique challenges, but we do see those overtaking opportunities. We see them into the major heavy braking zones down in towards turns 1, the hairpin of turn 6, and of course down in towards turn 13. You may see 1 or 2 in towards turns 8, 9 and 10 as well, but they wind up the power there as they head through into the third and final sector of turns 11, 12 and 13. Top speed drivers were reaching around about 120 or so kilometres an hour around the start-finish straight, so they'll average around 90 across the lap. It is a fast circuit here. They do reach high speeds. That long start-finish straight really tops them out at quite a high speed, and over the speed trap we have seen speeds hitting around the 120 kilometre an hour mark, and in layman's English terms, about 75 miles an hour. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the box. Nicole, your first time here at the Al Ain Raceway circuit. The sun is shining, but what a view out of the commentary box window. Nothing. It is sand as far as the eye can see, and the mountains off in the distance. Certainly an incredible place to go racing.
Absolutely. Brilliant part of the world. Brilliant circuit for our drivers to be racing on. Our first heat of the day then, of course, being our OKN Junior qualifying heat 1. At the front end of the order then, after really good qualifying laps, Leonidas Peruzzi put it on pole position. Peruzzi, a driver that knows this track well, was in the sharp end of the field last year when we visited this circuit, has replicated that time and time again, lap after lap, and now finds himself at the sharp end of the field alongside Nathan Kappen, the 22 that you can see on your screen.
Indeed there, and Leonidas Peruzzi, who starts this one on pole position, has taken a final win over the course of this season. Won that out at the second round of the championship back out in Europe. That was certainly a good one. Currently sits 8th in those championship standings with multiple different final winners. In fact, 6 in total here. The 35 is one of those final winners. Conor Clancy, the only driver to actually do the double in terms of final wins this season. He won one of them out in round 2 and, of course, out in round 3. Didn't have a great weekend of the last one in Slovakia, but comes here to the UAE and hopefully is looking at a good result here and is starting that one on that second row of the grid right behind Peruzzi. And we'll have Spain's Angelina Simmons starting alongside, and Simmons is also a driver who has been a very consistent figure up at the top step of the series. Currently sits 4th in the championship, but has not taken a final win so far this season. Could today be a different story? We're about to find out. The green flag waves, engines fire up, drivers head out into the circuit for the first qualifying heat of the day. It's OKN Junior qualifying heat 1, and it's Peruzzi and Kappen on the front row of the grid. Conor Clancy and Angelina Simmons going from row number 2 with Nicholas Karianis and Victoria Farfus on row number 3. Alan Qureshi and Mitash Jain go from row number 4. Keep an eye out on those 2 drivers from India. They've been very quick in those morning warm-ups. Could be contenders in this part of the weekend. there. Albert Tam and Veer Chopra going from row number 5. They round out the first half of the field with Ji Frey and Jan Mikoleshko.
Row number 7, then we have Aaron Mason starting alongside Axel Nocom. And shortly behind on row number 8, out of position, is France and Mercedes Mani Nuvolini. He'll be going alongside Zavray Dudkowski of Poland. From row number 9, it's Julia Angelard with Didier Kreeft, another driver who did not have a qualifying session that he probably would have expected. And shortly behind on 10 is Savile Kagay alongside Solomon Paragua. Rounding out your field then for your first race here this weekend. Row number 11 is Neil Neck-Moosh with KO Sarah.
Indeed. Well, looking forward to this one then. It was very close in timed qualifying where we saw about hundredths of a second between a couple of the drivers, and I think the top 10 actually separated by only 0.3 or so of a second. There you can see friends and family here at the circuit here at the Elaine Raceway, enjoying the sunshine right now as it is creeping up to around those 30-degree mark here. Not a cloud in the sky. And, well, like I say, what a venue. Certainly a surreal place. When I started my commentary career at Glannygore in North Wales, I certainly didn't expect to say, Anthony, you know, in a few years' time, you were looking at the Omani border from a desert. And, yeah, no,
when you were
didn't think that one.
commentating on me when I was racing.
Yeah, indeed. I was commentating on you back in the day. But no, indeed, we're here now and ready for the racing. The drivers have passed the red line. No overtaking beyond this point. They should be in their 2x2 rolling start formation, which at the front of the grid they are doing so. Of course, for Peruzzi, the pole side is on the left-hand side from the driver looks at it. From our view here from the front, it's on the right-hand side. Here we go then into the tram lines then. Are we going racing? You've got to wait a long time before those lights go out, and they do go out. It's a good start for the inside row. Peruzzi gets away well. Connor Clancy slots into second place. The whole field going through, and already we're seeing an investigation out to Savile Kagay, unfortunately, for working on the pre-grid, potentially, of course. A bit of dust getting kicked up, one or two karts getting a bit squirrely on those exit curves, but crucially there, Nicole, it's a good start for the front of the field with Peruzzi leading the way, but only by a whisker, and already he's under pressure, actually, because Connor Clancy sent it down the inside. The only driver who has found himself on the front steps of those podiums in 2 times over the course of this season is in the lead of this qualifying heat.
Connor Clancy, then, a driver in this field that is fighting hard for a championship. You mentioned earlier on, Anthony, has taken final wins, but now he's under big pressure. Big send down the inside, but this is what's going to happen to drivers this weekend. Anthony, an attempted move into turn number 13, but the driver just didn't hold the brake. The number 16 then of Leonidas Peruzzi trying to get that move done, but was offline, was on that dust, which meant he couldn't slow that kart down enough. He couldn't quite stay ahead of your leader of Clancy. Down towards the sector number 1, then through the really quick section, that midfield section of the circuit where the drivers really have to focus on the exit speeds, Anthony, really fast and flowing part of the circuit.
Indeed, I had the pleasure of going out in one of the rental karts here earlier on this weekend. Gotta say, I was rapid, absolute lying out my teeth there, but it was a very quick track indeed. You can carry a lot of speed around these corners. It's all about being smooth out there. You've got to be so careful that you don't overdrive these karts, and obviously, as we saw there on that previous lap, that big lunge down the inside of this very corner saw Peruzzi going a little bit backwards here, though. This is looking mighty quick. Clancy and Kappen breaking away. This is good stuff here. Clancy, of course, who is a driver who's not afraid of taking a win in these qualifying heats. Nathan Kappen, who's 13th in the points, hasn't taken a podium so far this weekend, this season, I should say. Could we see Kappen on the sharp end of it this time around? Axel Nocom, fastest driver out there, 57.043, pushing through the field nicely here, but under the watchful eye there of race director Martin Bean. Nocom there, up into 9th place. The fight at the front is still on between these two drivers.
Fight at the front definitely still on then, Anthony, and still on between two drivers that are from the UAE, know this style of circuit where that dust exists offline. So these two drivers of Clancy and Kappen just demonstrating now that they have that track knowledge. They know how to manage it out there. Qureshi then in P3 for the time being. You can see him just shortly behind Kappen and Clancy. Has got himself 4 positions up the order already, and shortly behind there is Angelina Simmons just trying to fend off this train behind her that is starting to form. It includes Karianis, Albert Tam and Ji Hao Wei. These drivers then just leading from another, really having to manage those speeds out there. There's a big bump as well into turn number 1, Anthony. We've not mentioned it so far throughout this heat, but I've just seen, time and time again from some drivers in the field just losing the kart slightly as they're not maybe too strong on the front end. Maybe watch them as they go down towards turn number 1 again shortly, but that's throwing a challenge in for these drivers. As still, Clancy and Kappen continue to break away from Qureshi, Simmons and Karianis.
It's one of those difficulties with a circuit like this, in an environment like this. A lot of dust on the edge of the circuit. Of course, the runoff here isn't grass, it's gravel, it's sand, it's dirt. It's, it's one of those. If a driver goes wide, they'll kick that up onto the racing surface, and that'll make it so slippery for when the field comes back around on that next lap. They do need to be super careful with that, and of course overnight, if there's a bit of wind or anything like that, yes, it can kick up the dust onto the circuit as well, and that means offline super slippery. Quickest laps coming in thick and fast over this one. Gila Anglard now the fastest driver out there. She's put in a 55.625, incredibly quick pace here, but we'll keep a close eye as this race progresses. We saw earlier on as well, Mitans Jain, we were mentioning that name earlier on in the racing, and certainly saying that could be pushing forward, but at this moment still it is those front runners here. I am noticing here, Nicole, there's some big dents in those nose cones on one or two of those cars at the front end. Clancy's got one. I think Aran Qureshi, just in the background there, you can also see has got quite a significant divot in that front nose cone. Kappen there, clean as whistle at that front end, and that could spell a bit of disaster when these karts come in. There could be some possible nose cone penalties after this race.
Possibility, we can't call it. We don't know if that bracket has actually dropped, because as well it's very hot out there. That means the plastic is going to heat up and they are going to dent a little bit easier, maybe take a bit of a fall for the drivers. So we're not sure if those nose cones have actually dropped. But we definitely know in the early stages of this race, there has probably been some contact made between drivers in the field. Still then, Kappen holding on to the back of Connor Clancy. Out the final corner, these drivers go, keeping those speeds nice and high, sending, the line down that main straight, down in towards turn number 1, holding it a little bit tighter. They're a bit closer to the left-hand side, just trying to shorten the distance, run down into turn number 1 and try and reduce the time taken to get into that first sector. Qureshi then P3 so far for the number 72, but is really chasing up to the tail end of Clancy and Kappen. Fastest driver out on the track.
Certainly is so, but keep an eye on the driver directly behind as well, though. Axel Nocom, 10 places gained, is flying through the field here and is actually closing in as well on that lead group also. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that one. Time is running out. We're on lap number 7 right now of 9. So race is coming to a conclusion very soon. We've not seen an attack here yet, though, from Nathan Kappen. He's stayed on that rear bumper. He knows he's got the pace to keep up with Clancy. The only question remains is, can he get that kart down the inside anywhere? We'll have to wait and see. There is that fight just behind on your screen as the whole train coming through. Some big gaps that have formed out there now. Ji Hao Wei is still there as well on a 6th place gain. Is currently in P5 from Albert Tam's 3 places gained at, as I mentioned it earlier on, from the Philippines, the driver who actually won the final in the Champions of the Future Academy Program UAE. Axel Nocom, who stood on that top step, is looking very quick here now in a lane.
Absolutely is, but as are your top 2, Clancy and Kappen. No change. Is this tactical from Nathan Kappen? Is he just holding on to it, trying to stay with Clancy, who he is going to trust as one of the marshals out there just heading down towards the fence? I think we have got a kart off on the exit of turn number 1. As Karianis, warning flag goes out for him, as well as a causing collision penalty, so 5 seconds for the driver that is currently inside the top 10. Time is ticking for these drivers then. No attempt by Nathan Capon, and Clancy, with the pace he's carried lap after lap, I think has managed this one well, and I would expect he's going to be seeing that checkered as your number one for the first heat of the day.
Well, indeed, but there's still a bit of time to go in this one, and there are plenty of overtaking opportunities. You have to remember that long run down that back straight, around 187 metres run for these drivers. It's very long. Tucking in now is Capon. He'll close. Will he look to the inside? As Savile Kage there, a replay on that back straight. That is why we saw a yellow flag out, and that is into the barrier there. It's a very unusual place to go off. Any change at the front? No, there wasn't. Clancy just holds on to it by 1/10 of a second ahead of Nathan Capon. Aran Qureshi from Axel Nocom. Ji Hafei finishing in P5 from Albert Tam. Peruzzi from Simmons. Michalesco from Dukovsky, who rounds out the top 10. But certainly very dramatic run in that one, where one of the drivers, Savile Kage, out of the race, and heavy hit into those barriers, but thankfully Kansi's up on his feet and is all okay, which is, of course, the main thing. Rest of the field, Didier Krief from Mani Nuvolini, running out the top 12 for Anglard from Karianis, Farfus from Mason, Chopra from Jane, Paragua from Kaya, and then it is Nick Mush from Kage rounds out the top 22 drivers there. The field makes their way back into Parc Ferme, but that is race one of the first day of racing here completed. And for the juniors, they can now rest up for their next race later on today. And of course, if you're new to the Academy program, well, welcome, first of all, to the Academy program. And for these drivers, they'll have 2 qualifying heats over the course of the day, and then a final later on today, of course, but that will see their break in between those 2 runs. There's your top 3, Clancy, Capon and Aran Qureshi, who takes those top spots on the podium. But there you can see the rest of them on your screen. Nocom from Ji Halfway, Albert Tam from Peruzzi, Angelina Simmons from Jan Michalesco, Xavier Dukovsky from Didier Krief, Mani Nuvolini from Julia Anglard, Nicholas Karianis from Victoria Farfus, Aaron Mason and Veer Chopra, rounding out the rest from Mitans Jain, Solomon Paragua and Kara finishing in the top 20. Neil Nutmush rounding out the top 21 that finished that race, and Savile Kage, the one and only retirement from the race, unfortunately dropping down only 3 spots, but still not the result he will have wanted. There, though, the result is good for Connor Clancy, and that is a P1 for him at the end of that first race. Certainly for him, the work is not done just yet. He has got another race to go later on today to see if he can get a pole position start for that first final. And of course, it is a full repeat of the schedule tomorrow as well, going on to the rest of the weekdays racing. Of course, 2 finals up for grabs for the drivers here, and the first of them will be today for all 3 classes, and then of course the full day tomorrow. Here's a look at those highlights then. Well, initially, great start for Leonidas Peruzzi here. Had that whole shot in towards turn number 1, kept it nice and tight to the apex there. Later, Clancy just able to squeeze his way through. This was in towards turn number 8. It has been a hot spot for drivers. This movement here, well, Peruzzi very ambitious there on the brakes and just running out wide. Wasn't able to stop it there on a dime, and unfortunately put him back in the order. That was Savile Kage there, and that was the moment into the barriers, and that was quite a significant hit there into the barriers, which saw him unfortunately retire from the race. So this, though, across the line, very close indeed, but Connor Clancy taking the P1 in the first race of the day. So that is a good one there for Clancy from P3 on the grid. That second row certainly stepping his way forward. Mini Sixes will be coming up next, but before then, let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
down in Parc Fermé, like you said then, Anthony, and with Connor Clancy. Connor, good race there for you, and probably a style of a circuit that you're very familiar with coming from the UAE.
Yeah, it was a good race, got in the lead, and then, yeah, just kept it. And, yeah, I really like the track, driven it a few times. Yeah, it's a nice track.
And when you were in the lead, originally we did see Leonidas try and go for the move at the final couple of corners, but, you know, sort of overdid it and actually didn't manage to pull anything off on you. Were you expecting him to go in on you from that far back?
To be honest with you, no. As it's the first heat of the weekend, the track on the inside's really sandy. So I did actually cover, but he just went a little bit too deep on the sand and, yeah, didn't have the grip.
And we were also questioning if Nathan Cappan was going to try and go for a move. He sat actually behind you for the entire race. Did you trust that he was going to do that, or, you know, were you thinking maybe I'm going to lose the race lead here?
No, I know Nathan quite well. He's my teammate in the Rotax and Miami series, so yeah, I trusted him.
Connor, great to hear from you. I'm sure we'll catch up later on today. Good luck. We'll head back up then into our commentary box and back to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Good to hear from Connor Clancy, who seems ready for his next racing later on today. Just reflecting over the results from that one, and I've got to say, some really big movers moving up in the junior category. But we'll step over now to Mini 60. Qualifying Heat 1 for their 7-lap race, about to head out onto the circuit. Current championship leader, Nicolo Perico, will certainly be one to watch out in this one as he starts it on pole position. He will be joined by Zane Burgess, who also sits second in the standings. There's only about 40 or so championship points between the two of them. Certainly will be keeping a close eye on their progression over the course of the next few days. But they're locked out the front row, and I've got to say, hopefully they've had a good amount of sleep. Both Perico and Zane Burgess were racing out on the weekend, of course. This is Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday for the racing here. And, of course, on Sunday, they were both out in Italy for their racing, and they've just flown straight out to the Middle East. And that's the same for a handful of other drivers as well. Some of them were racing out in the United Arab Emirates also earlier on this weekend. There is Zane Burgess for the USA. Thumbs up for Zane, and he's certainly going to be one to keep an eye on. He's had a very good second half of the season on this one. The last two rounds have seen the American take a podium, both in round 3 and, of course, in round 4 in Slovakia. But we'll keep an eye on his progression in this one because, like you say, he started on that front row of the grid. But we've already seen one driver take the win from that P3. Could we see another in the form of Achilles Peruzzi, who starts that spot in there? He will have that run in towards turn 1. Of course, he'll be right behind Perico. We'll be able to push along with him there. There he is on your screen, primed and ready. But he'll have the likes of Atika Mir starting alongside as well. Atika Mir has certainly shown some great pace and has improved that pace over the course of her racing career. But the young female talent there starting on that second row of the grid in P4. Certainly will be another one to keep an eye on. Other drivers as well we'll be keeping a close eye on. There's some new names have stepped into the Academy programme field here. But there is, at the moment, Atika Mir priming herself ready on the grid. A lot of work to be done from here. She showed a great pace out in the UAE round for the champions of the future at the Alpha San circuit, and we'll be curious to see how she does here in Elaine, of course. The final round of this series heading to Alpha San once again. There is a look at some of the mountains around the circuit here, and gotta say, I just can't get over the breathtaking view here. I mean, there isn't much of a view. It is just desert as far as you can see, but it is such a surreal experience to just stand and look out over that one. Here's one of the newest elements into the Academy program here this weekend. Sofia Rudenko there on your screen, priming herself ready for this one. And this is what we like to see. Great qualifying for a driver fresh into the series, and is going to be a new element for these drivers to have to deal with.
Yeah, I think, you know, mindset has probably come into it for Sofia as well. You know, no pressure on her shoulders. She's not thinking about championship points like drivers in your field like Burgess and Perico will be. Clean slate for her going into this race. And I think that's really what has pushed her forward going through that qualifying session. There on your screen is Benjamin Karajkovic, a name within this field who has some great track knowledge, is used to circuits out here in the UAE, and will be another name in the field to keep an eye on. He will be starting alongside Sophia on the third row of the grid.
Indeed. Well, engines have fired up now. Field makes their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly take you through that full starting lineup then for the 28 drivers out on circuit for this one. Nicolo Perico and Zane Burgess, P1 and P2 in the championship on the front row of the grid. They'll have Achilles Paluzzi and Atika Mir on row number 2. Rudenko and Karajkovic go from row number 3. There we'll see the likes of Ava Lawrence and Francesco Lisgnoli on row number 4. Brody Dowling and Mason Hibbert go from row number 5. There we'll see the likes of Lawashu Metabula and Samar Chopra on row number 6. Baptiste Augustin and Lorenzo Zacchetto round out the first half of the field on row number 7.
Part 2 of your field, starting from row number 8, we have David Shitov alongside Manuel Kalendi. From row number 9, it's Edin Karesovic with Rivan Pritham. And starting from row number 10, it's George Bergman with Giovanni Desani. From 11, we have Win Godstrok with Milo Kornil. And then from 12, we have Tomer Kapov with Jan Garzelik. 13 will be Alba Cueva of Spain with Ronald Venter. And rounding out your field, 14 rows in total, we have Adam Hoffman with Bruno Miranda.
Indeed. Well, as the drivers now end their out lap, they'll go on to their formation lap. Of course, 7 laps, not the longest race for them. But certainly, the Minis have shown some great initiative over the course of this one. I remember over the course of yesterday, Monday, for the free practice here, Nicole, we saw a lot of drivers, a lot of sessions where they had a big allotted time slots to go out there and test, but we saw some of them waiting for 2 minutes to go, and then they were going out for 1 lap in a free practice session. So again, a lot of things that they were trialling out over the course of yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. With the circuit that is as warm as this one, it's not like you have to go out there and really work that tyre. These drivers can get that quick lap in really early on. It takes the case of corners, not laps, to switch those Paralin karts on, get them to that optimal temperature and really get going. Now then, these drivers hitting that red line, so no more overtaking permitted if these drivers aren't in position. Every single one of this 27-strong field then led by Italy's Nicolo Perico.
Hopefully they don't accelerate too early. They've got to keep the pace nice and slow here. They've got to wait until they're in those tram lines. They bolted early. Are we racing, though? The answer is yes. It is Perico who breaks away at the front, but as expected, Peruzzi has immediately slotted into second place and has brought Sofia Rudenko for company alongside. One kart going very wide in the background. They're 3-4 wide as they all fan out in towards turn number 2 and 3 for the first time. Big moments over the curve there for the 856. That's a big moment there indeed, but pushing forward is Milo Kornil. And right now we'll stay focused on that front end of the field. But it is Perico who leads the way, but is not alone. Achilles Peruzzi is right there behind as the two of them drive away from the rest of the field.
This field then in this heat is going to be really tough for drivers to try and push away from the rest of the competitors in this heat. You're not going to see drivers really break away. I think it's always the case within the minis where they quite quickly bunch up and catch up, and that's going to come into play even more as we head through these heats and through the 2 days of racing we have out there. Perico then leading from Achilles Peruzzi. Peruzzi, let's not forget, has been a big name time after time this year, had some good results in Slovakia but fell short in the end. There he is, second on your screen, just hunting down away past Perico for now. Ava Lawrence is on a good charge. She's a driver who was really strong here last year, ended up just outside of a podium finish in one of the finals when we were last at this circuit, and for now she's inside the top 3 with a 4 place gained so far.
Indeed, a very strong start there for Ava Lawrence. Looking at the mini under 10, Zane Burgess has not had the start we wanted. That front row has dropped him down to P5 here, but he still leads the mini under-10 category. Benjamin Karajkovic currently second in that. Mason Hibbert third in that. He currently sits in P8 on a 2-place gain right now. But we'll keep a close eye on the progression of all the drivers here so far. And there has been some big movers up and some big movers in the wrong direction here. And some of the drivers have really stepped up on this one. Atika Mir and Mason Hibbert now up into 6th and 7th. Karajkovic has just dropped down to P8 now. And you see every time they go through the sort of start-finish straight, you can see the mechanics off to the side. They're all saying one thing in this early stage of this race, Nicole, and that is go, 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 push and catch those drivers ahead.
Absolutely is. You just saw the name of Bergman flash on your screen because he has gone fastest throughout this Mini 60 heat so far. Currently down in P12 with Win Godschalk closely for company behind those two drivers. Quick drivers in general in the Mini 60 category across, the States and Europe as well, but really out of position through the qualifying sessions. Did not put those laps in, but now they are pushing their way through the field. It's 9 places gained so far for Godschalk and 6 for Bergman out there. Down in towards turn number 1, Perico still leading from Peruzzi, but they are being caught by Ava Lawrence. Like we said, Ava Lawrence has been gifted some clean air over the past couple of laps. She's got that hole of air in front of her who's keeping the tyres and the engine much cooler than the likes of Peruzzi, who will really be, heating up at this point in the warm air of Perico's tail. They have been caught now by Ava Lawrence. Peruzzi is going to be under some pressure now as we head down towards the 3rd sector. Giovanni Desani Jr. is the quickest driver out there on the track for now, but let's focus on these top 3. Maybe a change for P2 is predictable as we go down towards turns 13 and 14.
Indeed, look at this now. Fight is on. Ava Lawrence looking to the outside here as Peruzzi takes that defensive inside line. No chance for her to get past just yet, and this is allowing Perico to just open up a little bit of real estate between the two. But watch now as they close in down the start-finish straight. Not too much though, but there is no chance that Perico can break away with a 2 behind working, and round goes the 820. That's Zane Burgess from the front row of the grid. That big curb on the exit of turn number 1 has not only caught himself out, but has caught another out just in the background. I couldn't quite see the number of the second kart. No, he's got Beach now. He's destroying that tyre to get it on. And I think, was it Milo Cornell potentially? One of them that dropped down the order. Yes, he's not come through the sector. I think it may have been Milo Cornell, the other driver, who's got caught out there on the exit of turn number 1. But that just shows that this circuit can bite hard on a driver.
This is also going to affect the rest of the field, as now down the inside at the last couple of corners, we've got Peruzzi as your new race leader. Ava Lawrence was trying to have a go at Perico as well, but Perico slams the door shut. Down towards turn number 1. New challenge for these drivers. They won't be aware there's going to be a lot of dust at this point of the circuit because of Burgess flicking up all of that sand over the track. Perico snatches away that race lead from Achilles Peruzzi. Peruzzi, though, side by side with the Italian to try and get it back. That brings Lawrence ever closer. She looks down the inside, but she's not quite close enough. These drivers then really battling out. It's only the first heat of their racing, but these drivers know points are coming into play as we go through this penultimate round. These drivers want those results, as does Ava Lawrence, who now gets herself into P2. That's Peruzzi, who's massively in trouble. Karajkovic as well. Karajkovic desperately trying to get that 825 kart off of the sand, but he is being stopped there by the marshal. Benjamin.
Yeah, he's not allowed to get it going on that one. He of course, that lap, it's come through, and there, unfortunately, in a bit of discomfort is Kilias Peruzzi, and hopefully is okay. But that's a big moment there for a handful of those front runners, but that's released Perico at the front onto this last lap. Ava Lawrence is still there. There you can see that he's got going again as Benjamin Karajkovic, but of course, new regs that came out, of course, at the start of this year. If you can restart on past the first lap, you can't get restarted because he's had to get out and move the kart he had to retire at that point, so that's a big shame for him. But this one here, though, Perico at the front has just been able to dodge the bullets here in the battles at the front, and is going to be coming away with a very controlled win at the start of this racing. He'll tuck in as much as he can. Of course, he's got no benefit to any other driver here with that slipstream and with that bump, and he pushes his way forward. Nicolo Perico out of the final corner, wins Heat 1 here in the desert sunshine ahead of Ava Lawrence, who takes P2. Mason Hibbert just squeezes a third place on a 7th place gain, but it's Wynne Godschalk who didn't have the qualifying the American wanted, but has gained a staggering 17 places to finish in P4. Brody Dowling finishing that race in P5 ahead of Samar Chopra. Manuel Kalendi finishing in P7 ahead of Atika Mir. Sofia Rudenko finishing in P9 ahead of David Chitov, who rounds out the top 10. Incredibly quick times there, but still dramatic results in that race, which sees Achilles Peruzzi retire, Milo Cornil, Ty Benjamin Karajkovic, Zane Burgess and Baptiste Augustin all having dramas out on the circuit. The quick work and quick thinking from the fabulous Marshall teams there to assist the drivers, but unfortunately not going their way at all for the drivers involved in that earlier incident. Nicole Sutherland will be down there chatting to our race winner from that one, but you can imagine there'll be a little words of warning to the drivers in this one. Very feisty first opening race for the Mini-60s qualifying Heat 1 that did see Perico take the win, and from the rest of the field by 1.6 seconds of Ava Lawrence, Mason Hibbert from Wynne Godschalk, Brody Dowling from Samar Chopra, Manuel Kalendi from Atika Mir, and like we say, Sofia Rudenko finishing that one in P9 ahead of David Chitov. Then you see the likes of Bergman, Edin from Lithnoli, Garziadek from Miranda, Tazani Jr. from Cueva. Then you see Metabula from Zucchetto, Preetham from Ventnor, Hoffman from Garapov, Augustin, Burgess, Karajkovic, Peruzzi, and Milo Cornil round out the field. 2 retirements from that race, but very, very dramatic run in those opening phases. So a little bit of a clean-up operation underway out onto the circuit. But they're on to the weighbridge. Nicolo Perico, the pole sitter from that race, is taking a P1 to a good result there, and that is job done. He's over the weight, and that is the result he needs. Here is the highlights from that race. Well, from the start, a little bit shaky from the front field there. You can see how they went alongside, and that's what caused Zane Burgess to really drop down into that order. Not the start he would have wanted. He dropped down to P5, P6 straight away, and then unfortunately ended up on that exit curb on 1 or 2 of those laps, and just found himself out of the race and right down the order. The rest of the field here having the moments, the high-wide moment here for Milo Cornil, who was later, of course, out of the race. He had hit that first curb on the opening lap. He then hit that second curb later on in the lap, which did unfortunately end his race. This was this moment for the likes of Zane Burgess. Incredible luck there for, I think, Atika Mir that was, to just avoid that moment there in the 8:09. Milo Cornil in the background. This was the move for the lead. Achilles Peruzzi getting that move down the inside. Ava Lawrence had stayed into 3rd place. Perico, though, fought back, squeezed his way through at turn number 1. This moment here, down the inside, you could see the rest of the field had closed in. Ava Lawrence had just squeezed her way through. Then it was the moment behind. Karajkovic and Burgess tried to get involved. Unfortunately, tumbling out the order. You could see the marshals there pleading with the driver to not get it restarted, but yes, unfortunately not the result he would have wanted. There, though, across the line, Perico coming away with a solid result, and for his first heat of the weekend, that is a P1, and we'll be seeing them out on the track later on today. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme, over to Nicole Sutherland, who I'm sure is with a very happy Nicolo Perico.
I would say he's happy indeed then, Anthony. Nicolo, Good race there for you, a race win after starting pole. But there was some drama around you. Achilles Peruzzi got involved in some of that. Did you see what went on at all?
No. After I just look back and I just see Ava Pichu. And yeah, good result. Just now confident for the next hit. And I saw actually that Zane goes off, but I don't know how.
Yeah, so Zane went off and actually got stuck in the sand for quite a while, dropped right to the back of the field. So between Zane going off and Achilles going off, that I would say has maybe helped you moving forward. You know, you'll still need a good heat too, but has that boosted your confidence?
Yeah, for sure, a bit, yeah. Happy for this hit. Now win is before, and yeah. Let's see what we can do in the next hit.
Nico, thank you very much. We'll see you later on. Plenty more racing action coming up, but we're going to take a very short break.
Racing Spirit was born out of the need to create a clothing line that could embody the passion and the experience that OMP gathered and cultivated working alongside the most successful racing teams of the last 50 years. Racing Spirit garments are made by enthusiasts for enthusiasts. They can be worn every day in leisure time, but especially on race venues, from the paddock of the hottest Formula One races to the service parks of winter rallies in all weather conditions. Racing Spirit offers a complete range of clothing and accessories for men and women, designed and developed in Italy, combining aesthetics, comfort, and functionality. Because of these features, it is the brand of choice of several prestigious motorsport outfits and organizations. Racing Spirit is the meeting point between high quality and Italian style, as well as the introduction of sustainable materials and innovation, such as the use of graphene. Racing Spirit offering comes with 4 options: cutting-edge designs and customization techniques. Lifestyle is a line of garments ideal for everyday and leisure wear, with refined style and innovative materials. Crew are custom garments of the highest quality that strengthen the visual identity of the team or organization. For instance, the choice of Skoda Motorsport and Dallara. Corporate is a full custom-designed clothing line for sizable organizations, such as Toyota Racing Development. Finally, the Teamwear line for maximum creative freedom uses sublimation printing technology derived from OMP's racing experience. Similarly to the other Racing Force Group brands, Racing Spirit shares the same DNA of competing to be the first and ultimately become the reference in the market.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the Champions of the Future Academy programme. If you're only just tuning in, you have missed 2 races, but don't fear, you've still got 1 more in the form of the OKN Senior category. And then, of course, we repeat all these qualifying heats a little bit later on with Heat 2s for Junior, Mini and Senior before their finals. But like we say, it is the Seniors that are coming up next. And there you can see Casper Reipold starting this one on pole position. Fastest driver from time qualifying. And I've got to say, Nicole, an incredibly quick time. He's been the fastest driver to take those runs over the course of this one. And remember, this driver here is only his second round in this championship as a senior. He started this year as a junior.
I think, Casper's one of those drivers in the field who's had a very, very busy year, has been racing all over Europe, has been out every single weekend, and he's been consistently improving as well. I think that's what we're seeing from him today. We'll be starting alongside then Oscar Gallen, who had a great result out at Slovakia when we were last out in the championship, and I think he's another driver using some confidence after getting some points on the board and has applied it here out on the circuit throughout the qualifying. But now we're into racing. Things change for these drivers. They've got new challenges. They've got to display racecraft. They've got to show that they can overtake, and they've got to, really deal with the dust that's out on the circuit, which makes those overtakes particularly difficult to pull off.
And certainly do indeed. The green flag waves there from the Chief Pre-Grid Officer Ross Upton there as the field heads out. This is the biggest group that we've got out there. 32 drivers in the senior category, and let's quickly fire through that full starting lineup. It is Casper Reinpold starting in on pole position and joining Oscar Gallen on that front row of the grid. Chiara Batigue and Marcus Schilkunas go from row number 2. Chiara Batigue second in the championship, but yet to take that P1 in a final. Could this week of racing change that story? Row 3, Marlon Beyer and Wojciech Woda. They'll have the likes of Ella Hakkinen and Guido Badoli on row number 4. Vanessa Schilkanator and Radek Vavra go from row 5. They'll have Tar Alexeva and Sana Matsoi on row number 6. Gary Texera and Clara Kowalczyk go from row 7 with Igor Tikhonov and Simon Hollander rounding out the first half of the field.
Shivan Mohan will start alongside Jana Pascal from the 9th row of the field. And then from row number 10, we have Emilia Vishnirska alongside Benjamin Bolshewana. From 11, we have Karolinina Redondo, who's not actually sat in a kart since she was last out in Slovakia. She'll be starting alongside Great Britain's Dylan Patel. From 12, we have Timofey Sevastinov with Anastasia Gerasis. And then from 13, we have Denia Islamov with Pietro Kamalengo. 14 will be Magana Lusa with Max Lacroix. And then from 15, your penultimate row of your field is Omar Jorge with Elias Leman. Rounding out your 16 rows in total, 31 seniors going into today's racing is Ian Marwa with Rayhan Qureshi.
Indeed, so packed field there under the watchful eye of Martin being the race director here this weekend. He's found himself a little hut to stay nice and cool, but he is the only man I know that even in a desert he's wearing a long sleeve jacket. I do not understand that. I understand it when he comes to Europe and it's 30 degrees and he says it's 50 in Abu Dhabi and I'm cold, but when we come to his home country,
Martin lives here though, so he's probably used to
the 50 degrees. It's probably nice and chilly for him right now, whereas we're kind of quite hot in the commentary box. But here we go then. Field very spread out here. They've been very keen to get this race started. The back of the field is not lined up ready to go at all. Are we racing? The answer is yes, though. It's a good start for Reinpold, who slammed it down the inside line then in towards turn number 1. It's a good consistent start for the inside, but it's not been for one other there in the background. Just sweeping back into view. It's the 205 that's had a bit of a moment, and that's unfortunately Guido Badoli, who did start on the outside of row number 4 alongside Ella Hakkinen, but unfortunately that's not gone its way, and it looks like Vanessa Schilkanator has also had a little bit of drama there. So that's not the start of the race they will have wanted, but they continue to push their way forward, I'm sure. Down the inside, one driver's having a bit of a drama, and that's Marcus Schilkunas, current championship leader, who at this moment doesn't really need to have too much of a dramatic weekend. He couldn't stay nice and calm. But certainly not where he wants to be right now in terms of pace.
No, it was getting a little bit argy-bargy there inside the top 10, which I think really has allowed Reinpold to push away from the rest of the field. Chiara Batigue is very much right there inside of the top 2. The Red Bull back driver in P2 for the time being is not letting off the back of Reinpold, and there you can see it just is getting aggressive there down through the first sector. That was Wojciech Woda and Clara, or was that Ella Hakkinen? Sorry, very similar helmets. So it is Hakkinen and Wojciech Woda that you could just see were trying to defend and work it out. Kowalczyk, though, is inside of this top 10 battle. All drivers in that part of the field really having some elbows out moments, but out of the race is Vanessa Schilkanator.
Yeah, indeed. Heavy damage to that NASA panel there, unfortunately, has taken her out of this race, which is a big shame. This one here, though, Reipold comfortable at the front here. Gap 0.3 of a second to Chiara Batigue. Big gap behind, about a second between themselves and Oscar Gallin, who is trying to close in here. Has got Marlon Bayer for company in that section. In fact, Marlon Bayer has actually made the move now and is up into third place. So Bayer now stepping up in this order, but keep an eye on the drivers behind as well. Wojciech Woda, Vavra, Hakkinen, Alexieva as well there as well. Teixeira all having a good run in this early stage. And I've got to say, for other drivers here, Chiara Batigue has closed in pretty nicely. That's a big send down the inside there. That was extraordinary there. That was way further down. That's Elias Laman, who's stepping up now into 22nd place on an 8th place gain here. That's a huge fight happening all the way down the back of the field. This is everyone fighting for spots here. Guido Badoli is in this place right now, as well as everyone stepping forward. But at the front, there has been a change. Chiara Batigue in the lead.
Batigue then, over the past couple of laps, has been around about 2.5 tenths faster than Reipold. Spoke to Chiara yesterday. She said this circuit is about being patient with the speed, sussing out where that grip level lies, and also being really gentle on the front end, you know, really trying to focus on keeping that minimum speed nice and high. Reipold is still very much there, but dialed in looks the Red Bull driver, who is top of the field for now. The overtake on Batigue and Reipold, you know, we didn't see what actually happened, but whatever went on has really invited the rest of the field back into the fight for the race lead. Marlon Bayer is there, Oscar Gallin and Wojciech Woda as well. You can see Woda is not far away from getting involved in this fight very shortly. Batigue then out in the front, but you can tell by the drivers on the screen, you know, the toe exists here. She's not managed to jump away from Casper Reipold. She's really, you know, not managed to push away at all. Just a bit of a reverse moment there on the screen. This is that overtake that existed. Clean as you like, you know, Batigue just pushing Reipold out, not contact-wise, just on the kart, moving him slightly wider, get a bit of dust on his tyres so that he can't go back in on her on the next corner.
Yeah, indeed, that is nicely done there, and as you can see, Chiara Batigue utilising that now and breaking away from the rest of the field, which is in turn keeping everyone else close at bay here. Now Reipold's lost out in a couple of places here. Gallin and Bayer have both managed to I think fight their way through each other here. Reipold actually no, is still there in second place. You can see that fight closing in the background. It's Wojciech Woda who's getting involved here now. The pilot, who's in P5 right now, is pushing his way forward and is now stepping up in front of those other drivers. Has got through past Bayer. Vavra is still there. Hakkinen as well. Shilkunas, Marcus Shilkunas, there in P8 is not where we expect him to see. Big moves down the inside line there in towards turn number 2, as everyone is pushing their way forward in these early stages. But crucially, the gap at the front between Batigue and Reipold is holding at 0.3 of a second.
Maybe some question marks here for you then, Anthony. Marcus Shilkunas dropped 4 places within this race, and pace-wise is a couple of tenths off the drivers ahead. Is this the stage where, because he's a stronger, slightly taller driver in this field, that he starts to use too much of that tyre? Maybe it's the case of, you know, he's a little bit too big to be one of the fastest in the field, not like Casper Reipold, who is much shorter than some of the drivers in the field, which really benefits him. Lower centre of gravity means you're not chewing away at that rubber. You can maintain the pace, which he's absolutely doing now, down towards turn number 1. Little bit of exit curb for some of these drivers on the exit of number 1, just to really rev things up on the exit of the corner. And like you said there, Anthony, Omar Jorge, who started from that 15th row, really hasn't made any progress, will go no further. It's parked out there on the track.
Yeah, indeed, that is a big shame. Reipold, though, has closed back in. Batigue may have got to the front here, but Reipold has found that qualifying pace he had earlier on and has reacquired an attacking position here for the race lead. Gallin as well has dropped Woda. Hakkinen's got up into P5. Bayer now, who was fighting up at that sharp end, has just faded down a little bit now. Is still inside that top 10, but still has not had this second half of the race. On to lap number 8 now, 7 laps completed, and Batigue is under pressure. There is a driver, unfortunately, out of the race. Now, who is that who is unfortunately not coming through? Is that Alexieva? I think it is. One of the new drivers who had entered into this weekend, unfortunately, has not seen the end of this first race. But Raipold, though, really starting to pile on that pressure to Chiara Batigue in the lead. But I've got to say, Oscar Gallin looks like the bigger threat here. Nicole is reeling in both the drivers at the same time. The driver in third looking mighty quick.
Absolutely, and the driver in third has got that slight advantage where he's got some cool air ahead of him now, trying to keep things a little bit colder engine and tyre wise than what Raipold will be, where he's so close to the back bumper of Chiara Batigue that he's really going to start heating things up, and maybe an overtake is going to be a little bit more tricky performance wise. Gallin then still being invited into this fight, as is Wojciech Woda. It's closing back in on the last couple of laps of this race. So we have got a 4-kart train really going for this one. And Ella Häkkinen probably sat there in that Kart Republic hoping that this top 4 in front of her will start to battle, will start to invite her onto the doorstep. Batigue, though, looks pretty unbothered about what's going on behind her. She's not really made any major mistakes. You've not seen her drop a wheel, kick any dust up. She's keeping that speed nice and high. Pace-wise, between her and Raipold, they are pretty much matching. She's doing a good job out there in the front to lead this one, pretty unnerved.
Indeed, out of the final corner here, you can see the speeds these drivers can reach out of that final corner. They top out at a staggering 125 or so kilometers an hour here into that braking zone at T1. And still these drivers progress throughout this race, but Batigue just seemingly every time they close in at the front, she opens up that little bit more of a gap. Woda, Häkkinen and Shilkunas all trying to get involved in this lead fight, but it's Oscar Gallin now who has closed in on Casper Raipold. Raipold, who was initially trying to attack Batigue, now has to defend himself here from Gallin, who has closed in considerably. Any attempt Gallin makes, Wojciech Woda is immediately on the scene here, and you can see how close that top 4 are. You can just see how P5 Ella Häkkinen is just sitting off the back of this one. Of course, she was recently announced as one of the latest drivers in the McLaren Junior program as well, with all 3 Ellas going through. And there's a particular song I was about to sing, but no, my filter kicked in. Yes, I didn't sing it. But here, though, Batigue in control still. But again, lap after lap, time is running out, and we're still not seeing these attempts from either Raipold or Gallin just behind.
Yeah, just thinking that Raipold's left it a little bit too late to go in on Batigue here. Batigue out there in the front. Bit of a small mistake there, I would say, by Raipold on the exit of sector number 2. He has fallen off the back of Batigue now. I'd say that the corners are being ticked off by Batigue. I'm saying that Raipold has run out of time. Head over the shoulder moment for Chiara Batigue going into the last couple of sequences. I think she's probably going to be soon happy with this result.
Indeed. Out of that final corner then, she'll see that last lap board come out this time around, and Batigue in a really comfortable position here. Now remember, Batigue is second in that championship. She's got 368 points. It's quite a significant deficit to what Marcus Shilkunas has, over 100 points clear at the sharp end, but there is a lot of points up for grabs over the course of these next 2 rounds of the series, of course, as we head to Alpha San for that grand finale round ahead of the Formula One weekend here, of course, in Abu Dhabi at the Yas Marina circuit. But we'll keep our eyes focused on this as Batigue's broken away. Raipold is all about defence here. Gallin surely has an attempt. Woda goes to the outside for P3. Batigue's going to take the win, but who's going to take P2? At the end of it, it's going to stay Raipold in the background. Gallin and Woda lock out the top 4. Häkkinen takes P5 from Shilkunas' P6. Then it's Kowalczyk from Radek Vavra, Gavi Teixeira from Marlon Bayer, Gianna Pascal 11th from Simon Hollander, Emilia Vishamirska and Dylan Islamov, who rounds out the top 14. And Shivanwa and Karthik rounds out the top 15 out there. Big movers all the way throughout it, and unfortunately some retirements from that race. Shilkaneta, Jorge, Alexieva, and Kamalengo, unfortunately, all didn't see the checkered flag in that one, but other drivers certainly pushing their way up through the order. But for Chiara Batig, that is qualifying heat 1 done and dusted for the Red Bull Junior driver. She puts it P1 ahead of Kasper Reipold, Oscar Gallin from Wojciech Woda, Ella Hakkinen in P5 ahead of Markus Schilkunis and Clara Kowalczyk, Radek Vavra from Gary Teixeira, Molen Beyer from Gianna Pascal, Simon Hollander from Amelia Veshemirska, and Dinia Islamov rounding out the top 14 ahead of Karthik. Sarnavat Soy, he did take pole position in this very event here last year. Unfortunately, finishes that one in P16. The Williams-backed driver from Japan certainly struggling in this early phase, but I can imagine will fight back in that second race later on. Rayan Qureshi, really strong performance there for the driver from India. 15 places gained to finish in P17 from the rest of the field here. Big movers all the way throughout. Couple under investigation as well there. They will need to be careful. They'll be heading to these stewards, I'm sure, after the fact. There is some of the retirements from that one. There is Tar Alexieva, unfortunately out of that race in the earlier phases, and you can imagine just that little bit of frustration in this first race. Not the way you want it to go. Of course, they have their second race later on, and then, of course, their finals, and then tomorrow, of course, is that full reset. It's a brand new day of racing. Here is the highlights from that one. Reipold, great start initially. You can see immediately how Chiara Batig and Marlon Beyer were able to utilize that inside line through turn 1. There was nothing really that Oscar Gallin could do. Big moments in the background. That was for Guido Badoli, who unfortunately just got tangled with one other. Was on that outside line, unfortunately just didn't go his way. The pilot of the 205 machine tangling there with the likes of Clara Kowalczyk, and unfortunately you can see big damage there, unfortunately, for the likes of Vanessa Shilkaneta, who was starting alongside in that area. She was unfortunately having to retire from the race. Rest of the field pushing their way forward. There was the retirement from Vanessa Shilkaneta, unfortunately. The Lithuanian started this one on P9, not seeing the end of the race. Other drivers as well having their moments. This was the moment that Carolina Redondo got a little bit tangled up. Saw big sends down the inside from the rest of the field, as well as their big pushes through the field. Magana Lucia with his 3 place gained as well. Elias Laman was, though, the driver who had stepped up those big chunks in that early stage of the race. Chiara Batig taking the lead, though. She was able to hold on to that one right to the very end. They were fighting in the background. Reipold having to deal with the likes of Marlon Beyer. Beyer really getting his nose stuck in here and fighting up at that sharp end. Unfortunately, just those few moments, the big hit of the curve there for Beyer, just putting backwards in the order. The retirements for others as well. Of course, Kamalengo we lost near the end of that race. Omar Jorge, another, and Alexieva as well. But over the line, clear by a staggering 9/10 of a second. Chiara Batig takes the first qualifying heat win of the weekend in those senior category. Well, they'll be out later on today again for their second round of qualifying heats. But let's quickly head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, I'm joining our senior race winner of Chiara then. Chiara overtakes around this track, you know, the 1-2, the race lead. How does it work? Because there's a lot of dust off the racing line.
Yeah, I mean, overtaking here is quite easy because of the slipstream. We have a lot of tight corners, which make it also easy to swap back after overtaking. But yeah, it's quite tricky also to go in front, make a good lap with the slipstream behind.
And throughout this year, you know, you've been in the sharp end of the field pretty much through the whole championship. Our championship leader of Markus Schilkunis, maybe not as high up as we would have expected to see him in that heat. Points, are they playing on your mind at all as we head through heats and through these last 2 events of the championship?
I mean, half of the season is over. We have a quite big gap in front. So I think now we take step by step, heat by heat. It's important to have a good position in the final, and then we see where we stand in our line and offer stand. Sorry.
Well, one more heat for you today then, Chiara, before the final. Thank you very much, and we'll see how that one goes. Lots more racing coming up, but let's head back up to Anthony to hear a little bit more about what we can expect.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Fermé. Indeed, that's the first half of the first day completed. The second half will be coming up a little bit later on for the qualifying Heat 2s. They'll be out on track at roughly about 1 o'clock local time, which is around about 40 or so minutes from now. We'll be back a little bit before that as well, so make sure you stay tuned for that one for the second heats for juniors, minis and seniors. And then we take another break, and then it's all down to those finals for the juniors, minis and seniors. They'll be starting at around 3 o'clock local time. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. But from myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, we'll see you in around 35 minutes time. Don't go anywhere. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Champions of the Future Academy programme, live here in Al-Ain in the United Arab Emirates. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland back in the box after a short break, and now we're heading into the second and final round of qualifying heats for the drivers before their first finals later on today. We're back with the OKN Junior category out on circuit, which saw a very frantic little race, which saw Conor Clancy take the win after gaining 2 places. He puts 50 points to his name over the course of this one. He demotes the man who actually starts this one on pole position, Leonidas Peruzzi, who unfortunately did finish that first race in P7, but he is primed and focused, ready to tackle the track once again. Hopefully this time around with, I think, what he was hoping, a much better result.
Absolutely. Peruzzi then did originally try and go for the race lead from Conor Clancy, but the overtake just didn't work out for him, didn't quite get it right into the last 2 corners, and ended up actually dropping quite far down the order. It was a very good race, though, from our group of juniors for the first heat. Expect very similar performances out there on the track. Good performances as well for Nathan Kappen, who is there on your screen. Kappen and Clancy, I would say, actually maybe worked together in that first heat. Clancy took the win, but he said in his post-race interview then, you know, he knows Nathan well, he knows how he raced, and I think those 2 drivers then just tried to push away from the rest of the field, which they pulled off.
Yeah, indeed. Fellow teammates out in there racing in the United Arab Emirates. But, of course, only one person can win that final. And if those 2 are on that sharp end together, they might find themselves in a spot of bother. There, Angelina Simmons from Spain, priming herself to go for this one, starting it on the second row of the grid in P4 alongside Conor Clancy. She again had not a bad race, but still with a P8 finish, still a solid result. Only 5.5 seconds behind the race leader at that very end of the race. For other drivers around there, one driver is starting a little further up in this order there. Nicholas Karianis certainly had a very tough race earlier on. A smattering of 10 seconds worth of time penalties for that young man there in the 39 machine, dropped him down to 21st place. Yeah, indeed, a very not great race in that one. So hopefully, fingers crossed for the driver from Greece, that this race is all clean and dry. Let's have a look then at your full starting lineup. Well, it's a carbon copy of what we saw earlier on. No change in that order, which we'll see once more. Leonidas Peruzzi on pole position, joined by Nathan Kappen alongside Conor Clancy and Angelina Simmons from Nicholas Karianis and Victoria Farfus on row number 3. Aran Qureshi and Mitans Jain go from row 4. Albert Tam and Veer Chopra go from row 5 with Ji Fei and Jan Mikuleshko rounding out the top 6 on top 6 rows.
Row number 7, then we have Aaron Mason alongside Axel Nocom. And shortly behind on row number 8, it's Manny Nuvolini, who needs a really good heat result here. Not the qualifying that he would have wanted, and then was given a 5-second time penalty earlier on in heat number 1. Manny then will be starting alongside Zare Dudkovsky on that 8th row, shortly ahead of row number 9, which looks like Julia Aguilard and Didier Kreeft. From 10, your top 20 will be Savile Gukay, who also needs a good heat. He was disqualified earlier on after working on the pre-grid, and he will start alongside Solomon Peragua. Row number 11 then, rounding out your field, is Neil Nekmouche and Ko Sarah, P22. Good race earlier on then from our drivers. It will be matched within this one, but you know that pressure will heat up once more because of course only 2 heats before we go into our finals, and some big names needing some big results.
Indeed. Well, the pressure is now on for the field of juniors. Of course, they'll be going into their final in their next race, which at this moment is still being led by Conor Clancy with those 50 points to the name. Another win here for Clancy would put 100 points to the name, 25 championship points to go to Clancy's tally. And then, of course, going into that all-important final, he'll be on that pole position spot again, and it'll be crucial to see what he can do from there. Here we go then, into that final sector. They've passed the red line. No overtaking beyond this point. Over the grid, nice and settled here. Leonidas Peruzzi And Nathan Kappen on the front row of the grid as the field primes themselves ready to head down into turn 1, into the tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes. We're down in towards turn number 1. Once more, solid start for Peruzzi on the inside line into T1. He secures that lead, holds on to the lead. Immediately you see Clancy up into second place. It's a carbon copy of what we saw earlier on with Kappen slotting into third. The rest of the field from fourth place onwards starts to scrap for positions. There's Nicholas Karianis, who's held on to P4 for the time being. That's a good start for him. The driver from Greece, but the fight is most certainly on with everyone trying to push their way forward in these early stages. Big movers all the way throughout the field. G. Halfrey looking relatively strong in this early phase. We saw some big movers early on in the form of Axel Nocom. He gained 10 positions earlier on, did the driver from the Philippines. Can he do the same in this one as the group of 3 breaks away at the front? This time around, Peruzzi holds on to the lead for the majority of this first opening lap as he crosses the line now, digs deep, communicates to Clancy to say, let's go, let's push, but Clancy sees that as an invite down the inside at T1 and takes the lead away. Kappen on the charge now as well.
Peruzzi then just didn't have that run down the straight. The toe really is playing into the hands of some of these drivers this week. Drivers are saying, you know, you really can find some pace there and down in towards turn number 1. That's what you just saw for Clancy. Really good move then to pull off the race lead, but he's still going to be under pressure because Peruzzi and Nathan Kappen are right there. Kappen now looking hungry, really is bolted onto the back of Peruzzi there for that P2. No change just yet, but Kappen has that good track knowledge, and watch maybe what he tries to do in towards the last couple of sequence of corners. There we go, down the inside, gets into P2, and then allows drivers behind like Qureshi, Simmons and Karianis to also try and catch up. To maybe mention Nicholas Karianis then for the time being, Anthony, 10-second penalty in heat number 1 after some incidents. So another driver in this field that needs to fight for some positions. Clancy out there in the front, just under 3/10 clear from Kappen. Peruzzi still there, but Peruzzi now looking under pressure by Arhan Qureshi, who's just gone fastest.
Indeed, Arhan Qureshi was starting a little further back in this grid. You mentioned to keep a close eye on them. Their pace earlier on was very, very quick. Big moves down the inside there. Now, is that Karianis on the charge there? Or is that Mitans Jain on the charge? Because all drivers pushing forward. There's someone who's not charging forward. That is Ji Halfway. Who's just run a little wide there on the exit of turn number 10. So that car caught out there on the runoff curb. And then, of course, kicking up quite a significant amount of dust there. There is Roland Geidel, the founder of RGMC, who's watching the racing alongside. Nice to see smile on face. But here, though, at the front of the field, the train very, very close here. No one is out of the woods just yet. There is Manny Nuvolini on the charge through in this fight, but is that Manny Nuvolini in this one? I think so. We'll try and figure that one out, but we'll keep a close eye on the fight. No, it's not, but we'll keep a close eye. No, it is. Yeah, the number 49. It is pushing his way forward right now. It's on a 4-place gain, so it is going quite well. Crucial at the front, though. Clancy here, Nicole, has opened up an 8/10 gap. This is the fight, all for second place. And Juliana Simmons down the inside. Nice switcheroo, gets through and is holding on into that top 5.
This has released then your race leader of Conor Clancy, 8/10 clear now from Nathan Kappen. So really has been allowed to break away. He's been given that clean air, that breathing room, just to drive round, take off these corners as we head into that halfway mark of the race. Peruzzi now trying to go on a little bit of a defensive line round the track, because look at the swarm of karts around him. Simmons, Karianis, Jane, Qureshi, Chopra, Farfus is in there as well. There is Victoria Farfus going for a nice little move to get herself further up inside of the top 10. It's currently P8 for Vicky, who really likes this circuit. She said it's a bit of a mix of some of her favourite tracks. Likes it here. She says it's fast. There's not big major braking zones. You really keep that momentum nice and high. And for the time being, she's trying to get back those 3 positions that she's lost so far. Still then, Clancy pretty much clear from your field as the battles behind really do heat up. Simmons still under pressure, as is Peruzzi. Cap'n then, there you can see him on the back of the screen, just heading down towards the first sector behind Clancy, who just jumps over that bump into the first corner. These two drivers pretty safe for the time being, unless some major mistakes are made. And drivers making those mistakes, that's Manny Nuvolini getting it all wrong out of the first sector, just runs wide all over the dust, over the sand, and then, you know, the next sequence of corners for the Mercedes drivers is going to be really, really hard, you know, to deal with. He's going to have dirt on that rubber. It's really going to make it tough work for him for the rest of this lap.
Certainly is. Big move down the inside there. Axel Nocon back on the charge here through the field. Had a great race earlier on and is showcasing some really quick speed here again this weekend. And that is now an 8th place gain for the driver from the Philippines. Look to the inside. Now Peruzzi back on the charge. This is through past Simmons. That's a P3 now. And Peruzzi trying to, again, communicate, saying, think, let's push forward. It's a big gap, though, they've got between themselves, Cap'n and Clancy, further up the road. And there's nothing more disheartening than this sort of scenario than you've had a full race nearly. You know, we're on lap number 7 of 9 here. The gap's opened up to, you know, 3.7 seconds. You can see the drivers in front are breaking away, and there's really, at this point, nothing that you can do to try and close it up. It must be a heartbreaking feeling for a driver.
Well, I think Conor Clancy really has set the tone for our juniors today. You know, he's been the standard in the first heat, and now in this second one, he's 8/10 clear from Nathan Cap'n, so he's actually dropped about 2/10 over the course of the past couple of laps. But he's out there, he's in that clean air, and he's completely clear from the rest of the field. This field then fighting out for P3, it's still Peruzzi and Angelina Simmons, and then shortly behind it's getting quite elbows out, it's getting quite busy for Karianis and Axel Nocon, who have just switched positions. Axel Nocon, 9 places gained within the heat so far, a driver that's been really quick so far this week over the course of a single lap. But, you know, it's a bit of a... What's the word where you do something time and time again, Anthony?
Repetitive?
You've got to keep that rhythm going. It can't just be, you know...
Consistency.
Consistency.
I've been helping you out with words all day today, Nicole. What was it earlier on?
Humidity.
Humidity.
It's anything that ends in a T so far today. So humidity and now consistency.
Ends the Y.
You know, I think if Axel can find that consistency, he could be up there in the final. And now you're laughing at me.
No, I'm not. Right, this is fantastic, though. Clancy really digging in deep here. But I've got to say, for Cap'n onto this last lap, you just got to think for him, yes, okay, they're teammates, but when it really comes down to the nitty-gritty final end of a final, you've got to think, right, put the teammate part aside because I want to win this one and I want to take a first win of the season. And for Cap'n, he's been eluded that first win of the season. And for him now, this could really spell something for him. But that'll be in that final later on where he knows he'll be starting alongside his teammate in the world of racing here in the United Arab Emirates. But here, Clancy and Cap'n line astern, calm as you like at the front of the field, clear by 3.4 seconds from the rest of the field. It's Clancy and Cap'n out of the final corner. P1, P2 for the two drivers from the United Arab Emirates. Leonidas Peruzzi, third in the background, is just going to come away with that P3 ahead of Axel Nocon, who once again just managed to pip Angelina Simmons to the line there and take P4. Simmons rounds out the top 5 from Nicholas Karianis. Qureshi from Albert Tam. Jan Mikoleshko from Victoria Farfus, who rounds out the top 10. But it is Conor Clancy once more on the sharp end of the field. That is 100 points to the name. And for Conor Clancy, that is pole position for the final later on today, with the first day of racing, of course, a brand new day tomorrow. Calm and collected for the front runners here. And for Conor Clancy, he'll turn that P3 into a P1 for that final later on today. He'll have his teammate Cap'n alongside him. And what will those two be able to do in that final race? That is going to be the question. For crucially, though, Axel Nocon is going to be the biggest name for me to keep an eye on. starting third place for the final later on today. There is your top three out there. Nocom finishing fourth with those two P4s. He has put himself third on the grid from 14th after time qualifying. That's going to be an incredible final. Peruzzi at the end of that one will round out the top four in the intermediate classifications ahead of Arancareschi, who rounds out the top five. But there is your results in your screen from the racing. A controlled run all the way throughout sees Didier Krief gain 7 places to finish in P11 ahead of Mitans Jane and Ji Halfway. Julia Anglard from Savile Kage and Aaron Mason, who rounds out the top 16. Manny Nuvolini, tough race in that one for the Frenchman, but he consoles himself in 17th place ahead of Tudkowski. Chopra from Kara, Nekmush and Paragra, who rounds out the 22 karts, all 22 that started, finished, which is fantastic to see. And there again, you can see Clancy and Capin, a few words with each other at the end of that race. But calm and collected race for them, which once again sees Peruzzi having the little bit of a fight on his hands here. Linus Peruzzi, the pace was very strong in time qualifying. However, the racing here just seemingly catching him off guard a little bit. It was a strong opening lap for Peruzzi, held on to the lead for the entirety of it. It was this moment here after he communicated with Clancy to say, come on, let's go, let's push forward. Clancy had other ideas, moved down the inside later, Capin down the inside as well. Nothing that Peruzzi could do there. And Peruzzi would find himself fighting with that second group of drivers just further back. This was the moment for Axel Nocom again. Great drive here for Nocom, and then that spill on the exit curb there for Ji Halfway. Just getting caught out there out of turn 10. Not the result he would have wanted there, especially dropping down in that order, especially after the good result that Ji Halfway had earlier on with a top 5 finish. Drivers pushing forward. Angelina Simmons as well in those early stages. She was pushing her way forward in that field also, delivering good results. Victoria Farfus trying to push her way up in that sharp end as well. She did round out the top 10, but still a solid result for the young Brazilian. This, though, over the line is a common story we've seen so far in the juniors. Connor Clancy and Nathan Capin. Once again, a P1 and a P2. They will lock out the front row of the grid for the final later on today. The two teammates with their racing out in the UAE. Can they deliver a solid result in that final? Well, let's find out later on. Let's head down though to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Like you just said then, Anthony, Connor will be on pole going into later's final. Connor, good heats then for you. You know, you've really set the standard for the rest of the juniors today. Tell us about the performance of the kart, you know, the tyre and the grip that's out there now, because it's really hot out here.
Yeah, obviously really happy to be on pole now with a double heat win. Yeah, the track's gotten really grippy. That race, it went off a little bit due to the heat, but yeah, it's really good to drive.
And between you and Nathan, again, like we saw in heat number 1, maybe some deja vu moments. He was on the back bumper for a little while and then dropped away, didn't manage to go for a move. Do you think that maybe going into the final he will attempt something?
I'm not sure. We're going to have to see.
Well, we'll see indeed. Like we said, pole position going into later, Connor. Thanks very much. We'll see you later on, and we'll go back up to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there in Parc Ferme. Indeed, a very strong opening few races there for Clancy and Capin. But like you say, one more race to go today before they're repeated all tomorrow, of course, with a brand new time qualifying and heats. Mini 60 coming up next. And this one, again, was a very calm and controlled race for the field of drivers, but certainly looking forward to seeing what will happen in this second race, because all the way throughout that one we saw the big pushes forward, then we saw the drama that happened in that mid-pack and at that front of the field as well, which saw quite a few contenders fall out of contention. But it was Nicolo Perico who came away with the win. The pole sitter from time qualifying was able to continue that trend up into the front. He's so quick you can't see him right now because he's not in his kart. I don't know where he is at the moment. Perico not anywhere to be seen right now, but I'm sure he'll be out there for that second race. Ava Lawrence had a great race earlier on, representing the United Arab Emirates in the 888 machine, a 5-place gain. For Ava Lawrence. Saw her right up in that sharp end. She started P7. She'll be starting again this one in P7. There's Zane Burgess. Now, Zane had a tough race earlier on. That spin, unfortunately, putting him out of contention on that back straight, dropped him down in the order. But that is behind him now. He's going to be thinking about this one. Mind-focused and pushing his way forward. Keep an eye on this young man. His pace incredibly quick. The same for this young man here as well. Achilles Peruzzi, also looking forward to seeing what this young man can do for the United Arab Emirates. On that second row of the grid, Atika Mir for company alongside. But, of course, we'll have that inside run in towards turn one. There's Nicolo Perico. He has found his kart and he has found his way back to the front of the grid, which is good to see, priming himself ready to go. Like we say, it was a very interesting race earlier on. We saw a multitude of dramas happening, which saw, unfortunately, Mio Cornil. He had some dramas with the curbs and also with the racing out there as well. Benjamin Krajkovic, he was caught out with something. It was actually disqualified from that first race, which is a very, very tough result for him out there. Achilles Peruzzi as well. And like you say, he was caught out in that incident right at the end. Baptiste Augustin and Zane Burgess also in and around that area as well. One driver who did manage to sneak through all of that was here Atika Mir. Now, she did finish that first race inside the top 10. P8 finish, still a strong result in that first stage, but was able to just avoid all of those dramas that had happened in that early to mid stage of that race. It was quite a feisty one, that fight in the Mini 60 category, as Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box. Reflection of that first race that we saw from the Minis. Yeah, quite a busy one.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we saw some big incidents for some big drivers. You just mentioned it. Burgess got caught out. Peruzzi, Krajkovic as well. They're all drivers in this one that will need to weave their way through the field and stay at the sharp end of the field. Another driver then that we mentioned earlier on is Sofia Rudenko. A driver that we haven't seen this year, but has come into this fight and is right at the front. She'll be starting on that third row alongside Benjamin Krajkovic. So keep an eye on the driver sat in the 855.
Indeed. One driver we've not mentioned so far in this one who finished inside the top 5 in that Mini 60 race earlier on is a driver who'll be starting this one, P21 on the 11th row of the grid, Win Godschalk from the USA. Great race earlier on. Curious to see what he can do in this one as the whistle blows and the green flag flies at the front of the grid. The field of 28 drivers heads out on circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup because, like we mentioned, very feisty race earlier on. Are we going to see a similar story in this one? Nicolo Perico once again on pole position. Can the Italian come away with another 50 points to his name as he starts it on pole position with Zane Burgess for company alongside. Achilles Peruzzi and Atika Mir going from row number 2. They'll have Sofia Rudenko and Benjamin Krajkovic on row number 3. Ava Lawrence and Francesco Nasnoli go from row number 4. They'll see Brody Dowling and Mason Hibbert on row 5. Lawashu Metabula and Samar Chopra go from row 6 with Baptiste Augustin and Lorenzo Zacchetto on row number 7.
Row number 8, the top 16 of your field will be started by David Shitov and Manuel Kalendi. For row number 9, we have Edin Kazarevic alongside Rivan Pritham. And then from the top 10 rows is Josh Bergman alongside Giovanni Desani Jr. From 11, it is Win Godschalk, who, like you said, Anthony, made up those 17 positions earlier on. Win will be starting alongside Milo Cornil. From 12, it's Timo Gerkov with Yangar Jelik. And then from 13, it's Spain's Albuquerque with Ronald Venter. 14 rows in total for this Mini 60 qualifying heat. Adam Hoffman and Bruni Miranda being the final 2.
Indeed. Well, for the drivers now, their last chance to get themselves squared away for the final later on. We've just witnessed Connor Clancy do the double in the qualifying heats. Can Nicolo Perico do the same thing? And of course, when I was speaking to him yesterday after he'd finished his first free practice session. I was saying, how are you feeling, Nicolo? As he proceeded to then immediately fall asleep because he had just flown all the way from Italy after racing all weekend and then was out the road next day in a different continent, in different heat. He'd gone from 5 degrees to 30 degrees in testing.
For Perico, Godschalk, Bergman, Burgess as well.
Yeah.
This is their 7th day in a row on track. I don't know how they're doing it.
I couldn't do 7 laps in a row, let alone 7 days. So there we go. But these drivers, they're young, they're ready for the challenge throughout all of it, and they're certainly doing so here right now. Here we go then. Field is primed and ready. Mini 60, qualifying heat 2. Perico and Burgess back on the front row of the grid. Are we going racing for the first time of asking as the field heads into the tram lines? It is Italy versus the USA. Lights out and we are racing down it towards turn number 1. It's a good start once more for that inside row, but keep an eye on Zane Burgess. Where is Burgess going to squeeze out in this one? He got caught short earlier on. What's going to happen this time around? Well, he's dropped down to, again, about 5th or 6th. That outside line is just not favourable for a driver here. You're better off qualifying P3 than P2 in any of these races. You want to be on that inside line. The rest of the field, though, have pushed their way through nicely, but already look at the breakaway that we're seeing, and already there, that's a huge gain of positions for Ava Lawrence once more on the treble 8 machine. She has stepped up into 3rd place.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye, but I'm also thinking that Pamichomlian's seeing some big positions gained by Win Godstrok. I think I can see his helmet flashing up in the sharper end of the field already after not even completing a lap yet.
Peruzzi.
Down the inside, Peruzzi goes on Perico at turn number 13, gets himself into the race lead, and Perico just opens it up, lets him have that position, and will hunt down as they go down the start-finish straight over the bump and into turn number 1. A bit early on entrance for these drivers to avoid that dust. You could just see Peruzzi there really running some high speeds on the exit of the corner and just kissed that exit curb slightly. Now then, Anthony, I'm really seeing some sand, some dust being kicked all over the circuit for these drivers. You're just seeing drivers go off by themselves because the wind has just pulled a load of dust all over sector number 2, making, you know, even that racing line slippy now for these drivers, who are not really being phased too much because they're still going for these overtakes. You've still got that mid-pack section. Mir, Rudenko, Godstrok and Dowling going for it. And Godstrok now up by 15 already. We said it, a great start to this race for win.
Yeah, indeed, and really pushing through the field in this early stages. So these drivers now will be a little bit of a guinea pig going into Sector 2 on this next lap. Ava Lawrence, though, under pressure. And Benjamin Krajkovic there throwing his hands up in protest and just saying, you know, what can I do here? Can I get my nose down the inside? Can I get past? But the question still remains on this point. So big gaps opening up here. Perico clear by 0.6 of a second from Peruzzi. Peruzzi also has a significant gap between himself and Ava Lawrence just behind. It's Lawrence who's really close up now. This is that sector here where all that dust was kicked up. That's settled down now, and the wind actually, as quickly as it brought the dust onto the circuit, it sweeps it back off again and has just kept them into order. Perico, though, is under pressure because look at this. This is closed in massively now, so Perico, I don't think, was too comfortable in sector number 2. He lost a lot of time there, and now the fight is on. So as quickly as they'd had a 0.6 lead between themselves, there is nothing between these drivers. Peruzzi's going to look to the inside, deep under brakes. Peruzzi takes the lead. Lawrence holds on to 3rd. And now Perico settles back into 2nd place and immediately says to Peruzzi to push, keep going, do not fight me. Let's keep our breakaway clear from the rest of the field because Krajkovic is there. Atika Mir is there as well. The last thing they want is Win Godschalk on his 15th place gain to close in because he will really capitalise.
Absolutely will. Win Godstrok then on the back of Atika Mir, who's lost a position within this race, but had a good race number 1, so maybe expect her going into the final will be in the fight. Change for the race lead as quickly as Nico lost it. He takes it back, really aggressive, down the inside of Peruzzi, pulls it off and actually gets given quite a big gap on the exit as now Peruzzi is looking over his shoulder, is looking at Ava Lawrence, who almost just signalled to him, push forward, get back to the back bumper of the Italian. three parts of your top four then, all drivers from the UAE, all drivers who know circuits, know styles like this, as it just looks slightly like Perico went a bit wide at turn number 13, and I think that's going to lose him some of this lead that he's got. And as well, in the toe, it really looks like Peruzzi has caught up. It was 4/10, now it's just 3.5. Into sector number 2 these drivers will go. It's still Perico from Peruzzi, Lawrence, Karajkovic and Mir.
Indeed. Well, this fight's certainly not over just yet. You can see how close these top runners are right now. They are still in a close fight here. Only one person can make this choice of who wants to go for that lead, and it's going to be Ava Lawrence in the first move. Down the inside, retakes second place. Karajkovic has closed in and immediately says to Peruzzi to just keep going forward. Don't think about me behind, just keep pushing forward. Perico's broken away, but Lawrence has gone defensive now. Perico's going to be loving this. That gap's going to open up even more now as Lawrence goes right to that inside line. She's going to run a little wide here on the exit, and now Karajkovic is going to try and go forward. But here now, it's Atika Mir who's getting involved as well. Atika Mir has closed right back in and has taken that position away. It was NASCAR style down that start-finish straight, and just as quickly as Karajkovic had gained the spot, he's lost out on it again. Lawrence once more, defensive into the chicane and defensive into sector number 2. And everyone is just trying to squeeze past, but the lead now is 1.5 seconds. The fight is on for second place in the dying stages of this race.
Well, it's second place in the race, but it's also the second going into what will be later's final. Ava Lawrence wants to hold on to that strong form that she's had, and she's not having any of it from the drivers behind. She's really parking things on that defensive posture. She's holding off Peruzzi, Hibbert, Karajkovic. Hibbert up by 6 positions within this race, and actually he's setting himself up to be P3 overall points-wise. We said it earlier on, that's really going to help him into the final, maybe starting from that anti-pole side position. Out of the final 2 corners they go. Perico still miles ahead of the rest of the field. Ava Lawrence still holding on to that P2.
It's the last lap board now out to the field here, and Ava Lawrence has got 1,300 metres to try and make that mini 60 cut the widest thing possible to hold on to second place here. Now she is fighting to start on the front row of the grid for that final, so this is an important position for her to be in. The rest of the drivers, though, in the background there, you can see the likes of Wynne Gottschalk and Zane Burgess. The 2 Americans are going wheel to wheel in the early stage of this race as they've squared their way through, but Gottschalk's gone down to 9th place now. He's not going to be too happy with this one. There's the driver who started on the front row of the grid, the 820 of Burgess, who's trying to get back into this lead fight and is now going wheel to wheel with Atika Mir. Atika Mir who's going to try and squeeze it down the inside there, can't quite do so as Mason Hibbert's found himself up in this top fight as well. Look at this fight for now 3rd place because Ava Lawrence has been released. It is all kicking off for P3. There's your race leader. Perico over the line is clear by a staggering 8 seconds. This is the rest of the field. It shows how much time you can lose, but over the line, Lawrence will take it. Peruzzi will take 3rd, but look at Perico. He can't quite believe where the rest of the drivers are. They were 8.4 seconds further down the road at the end of that race. An incredible drive for the Italian on only a few hours of sleep, I'm sure. But Perico takes the win ahead of Lawrence with that result. Ava Lawrence will secure a front row start for the final later on today. However, she has now put herself from the inside row to the outside row. And we have seen how tough that outside row can be at the start of these races. But that's going to be a big one. Mason Hibbert has managed to put himself up to P3 in the intermediate classifications, which means that he has that inside row right behind Nicolo Perico. And Perico will have to fight with another later on, and there a shake of the head. Achilles Peruzzi not happy at all there with the results, but still it's a P3 on track. And for Achilles Peruzzi, he will finish the intermediate classification P9 He will go from P3 to P9. Crucially, he still has that inside line for the final later on, but all of that, of course, provisional. There is your results on that one. Hibbert 4th from Burgess. Baptiste Augustin from Benjamin Karajkovic. Win Gottschalk 8th ahead of Liznoli. Atika Mir at the end of that one just dropping to P10, but still a solid result nonetheless. Preetham from Bergman. Dowling from Chopra. Kalendi from Gardzielik. Metabula from Hoffman. Cueva from Miranda. Ventnor from Radenko. Severe Radenko there, 22nd place. Not the result she will have wanted. Zaketto finishing just behind from Garapov. Then it's Zani Jr., Eden, Shitov, and Milo who round out the 28 drivers. But there, Nicolo Perico, clear by 8.4 seconds, has got enough energy to lift his own card at the front as well. A solid drive. And we look forward to seeing what that young man can do in that final later on today. If the fighting is as close as it was there, he is hoping that that fight continues for second place throughout the entirety of that final. Here is your highlights from that race. The start, relatively calm. Again, Burgess not having the greatest run from that outside run. It is so tough to get your nose down the inside. You're just squeezed on the exit. And already at that point, it dropped down to 6th place. It's incredibly difficult to start on that outside row. Same for Atika Mir and Karajkovic, Liznoli. They all had the same fate there, just getting squeezed down in the order. Other drivers trying to push their way forward. Giovanni Desani Jr. in that early stages got some good overtakes in. Would end up finishing that race though down at 25th place. So a bit of work to be had there into that final. There you can see one driver going very slow near the end, the start of that race. The 814 they're dropping backwards, but still pushing forward was the rest of the field. And one driver, Win Gottschalk, again, another controlled drive there for the American. A 13th place gain this time puts him into P8. A solid and controlled drive, but the early stages still brought those battles in thick and fast, where we saw the first changes for the lead. The big moves down the inside. Peruzzi back at the front and put his name right at the sharp end, but of course Perico would fight back. With this fight going on, of course, it would bring everyone into play. We saw how congested it got at the start and at the end of that race, where then everyone got through. This was Ava Lawrence going for the move. This brought in the likes of course, Benjamin Karajkovic. Karajkovic was trying at every stage to try and get his nose down the inside. This would allow, of course, Atika Mir to close in. Win Gottschalk would close in. Baptiste Augustin, Zane Burgess, of course. Mason Hibbert was able to close in again. They were all fighting at that sharp end. It was a large group of karts all the way to the very end of that race, which all started with Ava Lawrence here, really defending that P2. A deserved P2, of course, now puts herself on the front row of the grid for that final. She's certainly going to have to dig deep in this one. This is where it all really started to become one massive group here. Karajkovic just squeezing the nose down the inside. It brought everyone into play. And that's what we love about the Mini 60 class. You know, blink and it goes from one kart to then 20 karts, and even the Paralympic team know it as well. Of course, all these drivers running on the Paralympic Opportunity chassis, all the same equipment powered by the TM Mini 60 engine, and all these drivers, certainly a very deserved performance in that one. But Nicolo Perico, again, securing P1 for that final with a superb drive, clear by 8 seconds. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
We have our pole sitter for our final later on in the minis, none other than Nicolo. Nicolo, you've been fastest throughout the practices, then in qualifying, now in both of your heats. 8 seconds in total you won that one from. But in the start, it was busy. You did get overtaken for that race lead. How did you manage that?
Oh, I managed, I think, not so bad. Yeah, in the first 2-3 laps was a really nice battle, but after in the track comes a bit of sand and there was zero grip, and after I see that Peruzzi was starting to close, so I just overtake him, and after I got a 1.
And thinking forward then to our finals later on, you'll be starting at the front alongside Ava Lawrence, who's good round this track. You know, she was really good throughout the heats. What are you thinking when starting alongside Ava?
It's like to have all the peoples. Let's see what we can do. Just now focus for the next one. Let's take most points at home and let's see what we can do.
Let's see indeed. Thank you very much, Nico. We'll head back up then for a short break before we go into the last heat.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the Champions of the Future Academy programme here, live from the Alain Raceway International Kart Circuit, just next to the Omani border. We have seen already two very busy qualifying Heat 2s for the juniors and the minis. One more to go before we head into the finals. And once again, Kasper Reipold starting himself on the front of that grid. He is ready to go racing here. And the fastest driver from qualifying this morning converted that into a very strong performance into the race earlier on with a P2, 9/10 of a second. Behind, though, the incredibly quick Chiara Batig, who was able to take that P1 away and was able to gain those points. Oscar Gallen there on your screen in the 2:07 machine. Again, a P3 earlier on, still a solid result. And looking forward to seeing what is happening here after a very strong performance in TQ. And, of course, that first qualifying heat. For the rest of the field here, a lot of work to be had for the back of the grid. We did see those early fights all the way throughout. We saw the dramas for Guido Badoli, but we saw the great runs for Ella Häkkinen. We saw the great run in the early stage for Marlon Bayer. Marcus Schilkunis as well, all finishing up in that sharp end of the order. As you see, the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. We'll take a quick moment to go over some of those results from the previous race. Of course, it was Batig that took that one from Reipold. Gallen from Voda. Häkkinen round out the top 5 from Schilkunis. Kowalczyk, Vavra, Teixeira, and Marlon Bayer, who rounded out the top 10. While the field head out onto the track now, let's take you through that full starting lineup. Again, biggest group of drivers that we've got out there, 32 of them in total, which will once again see Kasper Reipold on the front of the field. We'll have Oscar Gallen for company alongside on that front row of the grid. Chiara Batig and Marcus Schilkunis going from row 2 ahead of Marlon Bayer and Wojciech Voda on row 3. Ella Häkkinen and Guido Badoli going from row 4. Vanessa Schilkaneta and Radek Vavra on row 5 ahead of Tara Alexieva and Sara Matsoy on row number 6. Row 7 will see Gabi Teixeira and Klara Kowalczyk.
Row number 8, we have Igor Tiganov with Simon Hollander. And then from row number 9, we have Shivan Mohan with Gianna Pascal. Amelia Wiszymirska and Benjamin Borsch will go from row number 10. And then from 11, it's Carolina Redondo with Dylan Patel. 12, we have Timofey Sevostianov with Anastasia Gerasis. And then from 13, it's Tina Islamov with Pietro Camerlengo. Row number 14, Magana Lusa starts alongside Max Lacroix. And then 15, it's Omar Jorge, who needs a good one after a DNF earlier on. He's starting alongside Elias Leman. Rounding out then your 16 rows in total for the last qualifying heat of today's racing, it's Ayan Marwa with Ryan Qureshi.
Indeed. Well, the fight is on now in the senior category. Of course, for Chiara Batig, those 50 points that she gained earlier on from the second row of the grid, she's looking to see if she can try and take that one back. And a look back here at the start of the formation lap as the field priming themselves to go racing. Last few checks to be made here for the drivers, who once again looking a bit fast at the front of the grid here. They bunch up at the very last second. Are we ready to go racing then? Last qualifying heat of the day is green racing, and it's down in towards turn number 1. It's a solid start once more for Reipold on that inside line. Keep an eye on Chiara Batig though. The Red Bull Junior driver has slotted in, but drama in the middle of the pack there, and that's an incredible accident there for Wojciech Woda. And that is absolutely astronomical on that infield straight. Amazingly, he is up on his feet, but that was a dramatic run, and the yellow flags are out for that moment. We are still green and racing, but my goodness me, that is a testament to the safety gear in the world of karting.
Absolutely is. Great to see that Wojciech got right back onto his feet after that. Absolutely, got spun round there on the surface of the track.
Not alone there.
There you can see him taking his helmet off. Obviously, there's going to be damage to his safety kit, but like you said it, Anthony, the safety gear that has just protected Wojciech is absolutely incredible. And like you said, it was Gabby Teixeira that was involved in that one as well. We are still racing then with the rest of our drivers, are led by Casper Reipold, Chiara Batig and Marlon Bay. I think this is a replay of some of that.
Well, I think this is a look a bit further back, another angle of it here. Quite an incredible moment down that first straight, and incredible sights we're seeing. Even the marshals there can't quite believe what they've just seen. This is it from the front. You can just see that moment, the violence and the spin, completely ejected from the kart. And my goodness, the helmet, the safety gear, incredible work for the other drivers as well to avoid that. A testament to everyone there in that grid. But my goodness, thank goodness he is okay. And the only thing you can see there is he's disappointed. I think he scuffed his helmet. There is another retirement from this race. That looks to me possibly like Magana Lucia maybe out of this race, and that is a bit of a shame. We're down to just 29 runners in this race now, which still sees Reipold in the lead of this one. Vanessa Shilkaneta had that drama in the first race. Now, of course, she'll have those fresher tyres on board because she did retire on lap 1. So she'll have a full heats, fresher tyres in the rest of the field, and it seems to be working for her.
Yeah, you've got that rubber bolted onto the kart for Vanessa. So currently has lost a position within the race, but she's behind Guido Badali. We've got Maxiva as in there as well, and she's carrying round higher pace indeed. And talking of pace, Casper Reipold and Marlon Bay are pretty much clear from Shilkuna, Scallon and Vavra for the time being. The gap between those two drivers is a 10.5 as they enter in towards the first corner, running that speed on the exit of the corner nice and high, thinking about that exit speed, kissing that curb ever so slightly to widen the run up into turns 3, 4 and 5. And then this is the point in the circuit where the drivers really have to be patient with the speed, nice and late on the brake, and really control the front end of the kart. Simon Hollander then takes that fastest lap away from Shilkanate. Simon Hollander though, different to Vanessa, hasn't got new tyre at all. He's just using it better than anybody else in the field. Reipold then and Marlon Bear continuing to push away as Chiara Batig, who looked like she got that wrong ever so slightly, looked unsettled there and is going to invite the McLaren driver of Helle Häkkinen closer and closer to the back bumper.
Indeed. Well, down that start-finish straight, you can see the pressure starting to get to the drivers, but not to Chiara Batig. She may have had that spill previously, but she's found her feet once again down the inside through turn 1 there. Gianna Pascal just behind now. You can see the likes of Helle Häkkinen getting the moves done. Alexieva just behind as well. Guido Badali, who had that drama in the first race as well, also looking to see if he can try and gain those early positions in this race, as Oscar Gallin now goes the fastest lap of the race, 55.047, starting to close in on Marcus Shilkunas, who at this moment is holding on to third place just behind Marlon Bayer. This is that fight. Reipold is just 4 tenths further up the road. Shilkunas goes alongside, and now in front, down at turn number 13. And that's a step up into P2. Shilkunas now is on the charge here. Is looking to start well for that final later on.
Shilkunas really did find something extra in the last couple of laps, then caught up to Bayer by some way away. You know, the pace between them was that Shilkunas was around about half a second quicker, used the toe just to go in at turns 13 and 14 and really pull off a nice move to get into P2. Reipold then is just under 4 tenths clear, but with the toe advantage, I'd say Shilkunas can be predicted to catch up for that race lead. There he is. He's already bolted off from the hands of Gallen and Bayer, who have now swapped over for that P3. Other names then in the field, we've still got Batigue and Hakkinen there fighting out for that 5th and 6th, but they're a little bit far away from this battle for the race lead. There is Wojciech Woda and Gabi Teixeira that are just sheltered under one of those marshal posts, and there you can see it, that by eye, Wojciech Woda looks like he is thankfully okay.
Yeah, indeed, that's the big one. Here we go, move for the lead, down the inside, Shilkunas does it, and that's beautifully done in towards turns 2 and 3. Marcus Shilkunas back where he wants to be in this series, right at the front of it. Had that really tough race earlier on, but now is back. More yellow flags off in the distance. I can see one kart has skipped out 1 or 2 corners here and has rejoined onto the track, onto the back straight, and that is a very slow moving 259 machine of Srivan Karthik Mohan, and that is not exactly the optimal racing line through Sector 2.
Here we go then. This is your top 3 of Shilkunas, Reipold and Oscar Gallen. Down towards the bump on the entrance towards turn number 1. These drivers being strong on the front end of that kart. They don't want to let the wheels slip away from them, get unsettled, because it's going to kill the run on the exit of the corner. And every driver that I've kind of caught up with so far this weekend, Anthony, has said you really have to focus on the exit, corner after corner. You really have to think ahead. Chiara Batigue now is starting to arrive inside the top 4. She is the fastest driver on the tracker. A later quick lap for Batigue, and she is currently thinking about Marlon Bayer. Shilkunas then hasn't been allowed to jump away from Reipold and Gallen. Once more, just that toe really playing into the hands of the drivers behind. Reipold then, in his first heat, decided actually, to think against going for a move on Chiara Batigue. Maybe waited a little bit too long, got a little bit too hot on the tyres, on the brakes, on the engine, not going in soon enough. But there, he tries to have a stab at it at turn number 1, but it's not quite enough. Marcus Shilkunas slams that door shut, and that's going to cost Kasper Reipold, because Gallen has found his way through.
Yeah, indeed, and immediately communicated there to Reipold to say, yeah, okay, you had that attempt, don't worry, I'm here now, and then I'll have a go. And so Gallen now will have the opportunity to attack on Marcus Shilkunas, but Reipold will stay there, I'm sure, just behind. Chiara Batigue on the charge, has got that move done past Marlon Bayer and has stepped up into 4th place now, but the top 5 still very, very close here. The action still on for the top runners, as we are only lap number 9 here, or we're about to finish lap 9 and on to lap number 10 here. And all the meanwhile, the top 5 very, very close indeed. Shilkunas holds on to the lead though, but Oscar Gallen starting to really pile on that pressure and has been quicker in that middle sector on that previous lap. Sector 2 was purple for Oscar Gallen, really closed in. Ella Hakkinen there, well, bit of a fight all by herself at the moment. She's 3 seconds down from the drivers up in front, and she's about 4 seconds clear from the drivers behind. So having a calm race, I would say.
I'd say Ella is probably sat there ticking off these corners, just hoping that the 5 in front of her will try and battle it out, lose time to each other, and then allow her to catch up, allow her to try and get involved in this battle, which for now is actually simmered down. It's quite settled. It might be hot out there, but the battle isn't hot. Take that back, because now at turn number 13, Oscar Gallen arrives, snatches away that race lead from Marcus Shilkunas, pulls in Reipold, pulls in Batigue there as well. And Marlon Bayer, don't count him out. Down at turn number 1, Shulkunas then takes it back from Oscar Gallen, uses that toe, gets the exit speed to enter into that second sector as your race leader once more, and goes slightly defensive to try and push back Gallen into the hands of Reipold and Batigue to try and, cost him some time and not allow him to go for the race lead again, because he knows he's quick.
I think the driver, Sergio, said that it simmered down, and they said, how
No,
dare
not.
you? Because look at this magical moment here. Lot of curve there for Marcus Shulkunas, and that is how Oscar Gallen was able to utilise that mistake and get that nose down the inside. He's not held on to that one for too long, and all the meanwhile still delivered some solid pace on this one. The fight is so certainly on, though. They all still are fighting away. Shulkunas is back at the front now, but Marlon Bayer is back to fight with Reipold and Batigue. As, oh dear me, kart just getting pulled off the racing line there. Now that, I believe, was Pietro Camalengo's kart. Now that is very unfortunate for the Italian. That's another DNF for him. He had a DNF earlier on as well. The fight, though, still on here. Chiara Batigue holding on to third place now, as Gallen is re-attacking at the front end. We've got 2 fights now. The fight for third, the fight for P1 here. Marlon Bayer around the outside is going to try and go for 1, and surely not 2. Marlon Bayer just squeezes his way past Reipold. An absolutely outlandish move on the exit of turns 9 and 10. The fight at the front, though, still rages, but Shulkunas, I think, has this one covered. Marcus Shulkunas back at the sharp end, takes the win across the line. Gallen takes second. Chiara Batigue third. Hakkinen at the end of that one finishes fourth. What happened in the background there then? Because, well, we saw Marlon Bayer go around the outside there of Reipold, but Hakkinen just able to squeeze through. Reipold fifth. Marlon Bayer at the end of that one finished P6. There's been other drama as well. Radek Vavra, Tara Alexieva and Dylan Patel have not come across the line, and it looks like they have come together at turn 13. The hairpin going into the final corner, and I can see them walking away from the karts. And there, yeah, there's into the barriers, and that is right on the final turn as well, right at the end of that race. And that is such a shame ahead of the final. They know they're going to be both in it, but certainly a very dramatic one. Oh, there is the race suit there for Wojciech Woda, and you can see, well, his suit is scuffed, but you can see there that his arms, his elbows and everything very well protected, and that race suit has done exactly what it's supposed to do. And there, that helmet's done the work as well, but you never like to have scuffed paintwork on your helmet there, but fantastic to see that he's okay. There's your full results then. Marcus Shulkunas taking the win ahead of Oscar Gallen. Chiara Batigue finishing third, which does put Chiara Batigue on pole position for the final later on today. Ella Hakkinen finishing P4 ahead of Kasper Reipold. Marlon Bayer finishing P6 ahead of Vanessa Shilkaneta, Gianna Pascal from Guido Badoli, and Klara Kowalczyk, who rounds out the top 10. Big movers happening just outside of that one. Gianna Pascal, of course, 10 places gained for her. That's a great run. Rayan Qureshi in P12 was a 20-place gain for the driver from India. What a drive that is for the 248 machine. That's going to put Rayan Qureshi right up that sharp end of the order for that final later on. Elias Leman as well, a great race there. Also 17 places gained. Did have that drama earlier on, did Elias Leman, but still had a good race nonetheless there as well. That's an 11th place gain in the first race and a 17th place gain in race 2. Benjamin Borja finishing in P14 ahead of Carolina Redondo, finishing that one in P15. There is the recovery operation out there for some of the stricken karts, and there Gabby Suceda getting in. Well, let's have a look at the start of this race, and well, I'd say probably viewer discretion is advised on this one for the likes of Wojciech Woda. Thankfully, he is okay after this one, but this very dramatic moment, and that is absolutely devastating to see. Great reactions from the drivers behind, and a testament to the safety gear there. That OMP race suit did its work marvellously there, and has kept the driver from being scathed, the same as that helmet, that safety helmet doing a brilliant job as well. Scary moment then at the start, but the race did go on in that early phase. Chiara Batigue having to deal with the likes of Marlon Beyer, squeezed out of the way, and then later other retirements there. Magana Lucia was the third and later retirement of that race. We then saw retirements from Pietro Camalengo. That's a second DNF of the racing today, which is a tough run in these qualifying heats. Dylan Patel retiring, Tara Alexieva and Radek Vavra all getting caught out in that final lap as well as that fight raged on. This was Marcus Shilkunas back to the lead here. Did have to fight for it for quite some time. There were some moments here as Gallin managed to squeeze his way through. Oscar Gallin up to P2 and then later into the lead. This moment here, a rare mistake for Marcus Shilkunas, put Gallin right into the lead of that fight and just kept him in close formation. Shilkunas, though, was wise to it, was able to fight back down in towards turn number one, squeezed his nose down the inside. Rippold tried to do the same, wasn't able to do so. This was Marlon Beyer around the outside. Now, Beyer got this move done here, but Ella Häkkinen was able to finish just ahead. It was what happened later on in that lap between those drivers that we are not sure about. Across the line, though, it was going to be Marcus Shilkunas back at the sharp end on a three-place gain. Puts himself now third in that intermediate classification, behind Oscar Gallin, who secures the front row start, and behind Chiara Batigue, who secures pole position for the final later on in the seniors. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
You just said it then, Anthony. Chiara has secured that pole position going into later on's final. Chiara, good result there again for you, but it looks tricky out there with the dust that's out there on the track, making it slippy. How much does, the track actually change over the course of a lap?
I think we started doing 57s and stopped with 54, so 3 seconds is quite a lot. Also, being in first makes it way more difficult because you're the first car passing the sand. That's why I can't really drive away, and it's very tricky, and the second or third is way quicker.
And of course, being on pole is always a difficult job in itself because you've got to think about every driver behind you. But now being on pole and being the first driver to hit that dust, would you actually say you're at a bit of a disadvantage?
Depends. If I have a good start, they will fight in the back and I can maybe drive away. But also having people that help you to drive away could help, and then fight in the last laps. But yeah, we'll see. No final.
Well, we'll see indeed, Chiara. Thank you very much. That concludes our rotations of heats. Then we found out who will be our pole sitters in all three classes. We'll head back up into the commentary box to Anthony Jordan to hear about what we can expect later on.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, as the clean-up operation is underway after that very dramatic qualifying Heat 2 there for the seniors. Yes, indeed, just 3 more races to go. In about an hour's time, we'll be back out on track for the finals. Starting with the OKN Junior final. They're 15 laps starting at 3 o'clock. Then the Mini 60 final for their 13 laps at 3:30. And then the senior final, 17 laps at 4:15. Make sure you stay tuned for those ones. Do not miss it. We'll see you in about an hour's time. For myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland. Do not go anywhere. Bye for now. Well, for the first time this weekend, it is time for the finals. Welcome, one and all, to the heart of the Emirati Deserts, where the golden sands shimmer, the mountains stand guard, and the engines are about to roar into life for one final time today, before it all starts again tomorrow. It is finals time for minis, juniors, and seniors here, just outside the Omani border. In the desert, there is no better way to describe this racetrack than, well, we're in the middle of a sandpit. It is the Al Ain International Raceway, and here it is about to play host to the first set of finals here this weekend for the Champions of the Future Academy program. It's round 5 of 6, and it all starts here. The year of owning 2007, event record set by Casper Reipold in morning qualifying today at 53.890, and that beats the pole time from last year in 2024. No one has gone faster than that so far this weekend or ever in the Champions of the Future Academy program here in Al Ain. The closer look at the circuit, though, what a venue. It is 1,300 metres. It's 275 down that start-finish straight. It's then 187 down the back straight into the final couple of corners, about 77 metres wide. Zero elevation. It's a flat circuit for our drivers to go racing on for these last 3 finals. Turns, though, in total, 14 of them. Many very exciting turns out there. 6 to the right and 8 to the left out there. That does include 3 hairpins and plenty of overtaking opportunities out there on the circuit. We do see them down in towards turns 1 and 6 and 13, but we have also seen them around turns 9 and 10. We have seen them in through 11 and 12, and also in towards 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 as well. They'll top speed. They'll reach around 120 or so kilometres an hour down into the braking zone at turn at number 1. They'll average around 90 across the lap. It is a fast and enduring circuit for the drivers, where they're going to have to deal with not only hot temperatures but some pretty gnarly winds out there as well. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. Nicole, we've had the morning heats so far. We have seen action, we have seen drama, we've seen overtakes, we've seen crashes out there, but now it is time for the finals, and it's starting with the juniors, who already so far this weekend have delivered some pretty exciting racing. And we've already had 6 different final winners so far this season. Could we see a 7th?
Well, I am expecting, from what we've seen so far today, we could absolutely expect that. We've got drivers starting from the back of the field who are out of position, who will be trying to weave their way through. Karayanis and Manny Nuvolini being 2 of those competitors out there. Big names in this field, but setting the standard so far this weekend has been Connor Clancy.
Indeed, it's been an absolutely frantic one for the junior class, the OKN junior class, now heading out onto the circuit. Of course, these drivers have been from all over the world on this one. We've got drivers from the UAE, from the Philippines, India, Spain, Italy, Brazil, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Poland, Greece, France as well. It's all frantic. It's OKN Junior. It's coming up next. Champions of the Future Academy program is well underway in the world of karting. And this weekend, it plays host to the three classes once again, and kick-starting those finals with the OKN Junior class. Drivers aged 12 to 14 years old. 22 drivers into this weekend from 13 different nationalities. You heard me a moment ago rattle some of those nationalities off as well. But the class itself, absolutely a brilliant class indeed, powered, of course, by the IAME Ritza engine, as well as, of course, being delivered with the Kart Republic KR2 chassis as well. Now, it's only 27 horsepower for the juniors. They are slightly restricted, but it's the same engine and the same chassis that the seniors use, which means when you step up from junior to senior, it's a very cost-effective way of doing so. Minimum weight, 140 kilos. That is kart and driver included. Tyres is the Vega Whites, the XH4s, being used for the junior category. No need for the wet tyre option, of course. And it's the one dry set throughout the entirety of the day. And that is per day as well, which means going into tomorrow for time qualifying, the two qualifying heats and the final, it's a brand new set of tyres for them tomorrow. But that now today, in this final, they have been used and abused, and over the course of those first few races, it has been a bit tricky with, of course, the dust and sand that has swept up onto the circuit. You can see on the racing line, it's very dark on the racing line, and then you go offline, very light, very dusty, very sandy coloured tarmac. There's the driver, though, starting on pole position. Connor Clancy, second in the championship, has closed the gap even more now to Manny Nuvolini. Now, Manny Nuvolini only scored one championship point in the qualifying heats over the course of today. Compare that to the 25 championship points that Connor Clancy gained. He has got his highest points scoring in a round of qualifying heats since the second day of racing from round 2 earlier on this year. There is Nathan Cappin on your screen on the front row of the grid. Now, Nathan Cappin so far has not stood on the podium so far this year. Can today be a new venture for the young man representing the United Arab Emirates? He scored his highest round of intermediate classification points as well in this one, in the championship points. 22 points he scored last time out in Slovakia as well, but he starts this on the front row of the grid and steps his way up nicely in those points. The last of those drivers there just getting their race suits on and getting themselves ready. There is your pole sitter from timed qualifying earlier on today, Leonidas Peruzzi. Now finds himself down on the 9th spot of the grid. The 5th row has got some work to do on this one. Currently sits 8th in the championship and has taken a final win over the course of this season. But enough from me. Let's head down to the grid because Nicole Sutherland is ready down there with some of our drivers.
I am indeed then. Thank you very much, Anthony. And I'm on a circuit that is incredibly hot. We've been hiding away in the commentary box in the aircon, but these drivers have got a challenge ahead. 30 degrees now out here in the beating sun. You just ran us through it then, Anthony, who's starting on the front row of our grid for our first final of today. It is Connor Clancy and it is Nathan Cappin, who's just running away slightly from me to give those last-minute handshakes to the drivers behind. It's Aaron there that he is just catching up with. We've said it time and time again then, Connor Clancy has set the standards for our juniors throughout the racing aspects, but we have got, of course, Peruzzi starting far down and will be charging through our grid. We'll just catch up with Nathan Cappin, who I'm sure, since the last time we spoke in Slovakia, has grown even more. Nathan, just going to interrupt you there, boys. You've grown, I think, again since Slovakia, where, once more, you're at the front of the grid going into a final. This circuit, you know, you're used to tracks like this out in the UAE. Can you tell us a bit more about how you race them?
Oh, this track is quite a lot different to the tracks we've driven. This is a lot of high-speed corners, which is quite fun, and I really like it.
And throughout the heats, you know, you've really given Connor Clancy a good run for his money. You've been right there pace-wise, but you haven't actually tried to go for an overtake on Connor just yet. Is that tactical, or is it just that he's got maybe something extra?
It's more tactical, saving the tyres for the final, because that's where it all really counts.
And do you think actually that you've done a good job throughout the heats then to preserve that tyre? You think you've got a good level of grip out there?
Yeah, definitely. I could feel it in the heat too. We had some pace definitely with the tyres left.
Nathan, thank you very much and good luck starting at the front then. 5 minutes left for these drivers to go, 5 minutes of concentration, but also 5 minutes to try and deal with the heat because it's getting hotter and hotter out here. Aaron Qureshi, you're starting on P4, second row of the field. You know, good racing so far from you. Can you tell us about the track and your track knowledge?
For me, I like this track a lot. It's very fast. The wind's also quite strong. There's a mix of low speed and high speed corners, really nice. Good overtaking opportunities as well. Yeah.
And so you just mentioned the wind then. Do you find that, you know, a lot of dust gets pulled over the track lap after lap? How do you deal with that? Because it looks slippy out there sometimes.
Well, sometimes you just gotta push and see what the grip is like. When this dust comes on track, you kind of just go and, yeah, you kind of just go and pray.
Well, Aaron, we'll let you concentrate then. Thank you very much for catching up with us further down the grid then. I'm going to try and rush to catch up to Leonidas Peruzzi, who is starting just there, P9, way further back than where we saw him in qualifying, where, of course, he put it on pole. Leonidas, just going to interrupt your concentration now. Fastest, you know, through practice and qualifying, but it's not quite gone well in the heats. Now, for you, what's the game plan?
Just have to get to the front.
And getting to the front then, weaving your way through some of this traffic, how difficult is it on this circuit where there's dust off the line and the overtakes look sometimes a bit difficult?
Yeah, well, overtaking here is very difficult because if you're not on the racing line, there's obviously a lot of sand. And yes, just have to be mindful with where you put your tyres.
Well, Leonidas, thank you very much. That is Leonidas Peruzzi, like we said then, a driver who is going to try and push forward. I'm going to clear the track then, and we'll head back up to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there, who, yes, I do not disagree with you at all. It looks incredibly hot out there, and these live pictures that you can see of the heat haze coming off the tarmac there really showcasing how warm it is out there. The good thing is when these drivers get going, however, they should cool down quite nicely indeed. But for the time being, they have to just now focus on the racing in hand. And another driver who is fully focused there is your pole sitter, Conor Clancy, primed and ready at the sharp end here. Now, the story is pretty clear and common. That is absolutely fine with his starting. He has had a good start. Nathan Capper starting alongside him. The new element, though, that has come into play is the driver that sits right behind him on that grid. The number 36 machine, Axel Nocom, who has delivered an incredible round of qualifying heats, now starts on that second row behind Conor Clancy. Remember, he's going to have to deal with Nathan Capper, though, who's starting alongside him. But let's talk about that a little bit later on, because let's take you through the full starting grid for this one, which, of course, will see the likes of Conor Clancy and Nathan Capper on that front row of the grid. Plenty of action to be seen from that one. Axel Nocom, as mentioned, has put himself on that second row of the grid alongside Aaron Qureshi, who joins him. Angelina Simmons and Juha Fay go from row number 3. They'll see the likes of Victoria Farfus and Didier Kreeft on row 4. Leonidas Peruzzi and Didier Kreeft go from row number 5. And again, the pole sitter from qualifying just putting himself backwards. But as he said, just got to fight forward. Julie Anglard and Mitans Jain will round out the first half of the field. They will go from row number 6.
Row number 7 then sees Zavray Dudkovsky alongside Aaron Mason. And then shortly behind on the 8th row of your field, it's Manny Nuvolini, who walked into this weekend as your championship leader. He will be starting alongside Ko Serra. From row number 9 then, we have Jan Mikoleshko with Nikolaos Karayanis of Greece. And then shortly behind, your top 10 rows looks like Zavlej Kagay with Neil Nekmouche. Final row of this first final of the day then, Veer Chopra will start alongside Salomon Paragua there, starting P22.
Well, for all these drivers here, 15 laps is ahead of them. And as we mentioned, those temperatures have come up quite considerably now since the morning phase. There's a look at some of the previous winners. And as mentioned, a lot of different winners. Only Conor Clancy is the only driver who has done the double on this one. Back in Portimao, we saw Rijpold take the win ahead of Albert Tamlin as Peruzzi. As well in Valencia and Conor Clancy. Didier Kreeft winning in Jesolo as well with Conor Clancy. That's where we saw that double win take place. Then we saw the domination from Remy Samček in Slovakia. Saw maximum points that saw him jump up right through the field. There's a bit of drama there for the number 23 machine of Solomon Paragua. It's from the back of the grid there, and hopefully can square that one away and get it started. But you can see there is being assisted by many of the mechanics here, but they are just pushing him off the racing line, and I think to a safe spot. If he's going to have to start anywhere from this, it will be from the pit lane, and oh my, they're keeping the driver in it. I think this would be a bit more beneficial if they got the driver out, and yes, indeed, they're going to do that now. Driver out, they lift the kart over the barrier as the field comes round, and hopefully for Paragua, they can get this one fired up and started. You can see, there you go, the handy magic spray. Just spray that in the compression valve and hope for the best and see what happens.
Well, three-step process for these drivers to get these OKNs sprung into life, and it probably just looks like for Solomon Paragua some issues out there, some technical gremlins just not allowing him to get off of that spot. For now, though, the rest of the field, the other 21 karts out there on the track, just getting themselves dialed in. Of course, they've not got to overwork these karts too much. It's hot out there. It's not like tyre temperature. Takes a lot to get right. These drivers just, running around, making sure every part, every component of that Kart Republic kart that they're sat in is spot on. I think somebody in the back of the field is a little bit of a way away from the rest of the drivers. I think
that is Paragua. He's got started now. Yeah, he's got it going, which is a testament to the fact that a mechanic needs three things in his toolbox. One is duct tape, the other is a hammer, and the third is WD-40. If you got,
did you just make that up, or is it fact?
No, that's fact. That is that. And also, sorry, I'll correct myself. Four things. That magic spray you put in the compression valve to get it going. That's all they need. Right, here we go then. All we need now is some racing, and we are going to get it. Lights out, fights on in the juniors, down in towards turn number one. Solid start for the front of the field. They've all broken away nicely. Three wide in the background. A lot of dust getting kicked up there in the background, but everyone still remains on the circuit. But it's a good start still for the juniors. But once again, one car just going a little bit wide there. Caracera there. Just getting squeezed down onto the dusty part, but rejoins, but all the way at the back of the grid here. But at the front, it's cool, calm and collected for Conor Clancy. No drama, but Axel Nocom right there, the driver from the Philippines. He won the final in the Champions of the Future Academy Program UAE out in Alpha San last time out. Can he do it this time out? Here in Alain, but in the International Series? That's the question. Down the back straight for the first time. Is he going to attack straight away in towards turn 13? The answer is no. Sticks to the back of Conor Clancy as the two go line astern out of the final corner at the end. Lap number one.
Well, last year then, Anthony, when we were out at this circuit, it was James Anagnostiadis that went 2 for 2, 2 final wins with so much pace behind him. This year, I know it's our first day, it's our first final, but Conor Clancy, with the pace that he's at, with the confidence and the relaxation that he's got out there on the front, maybe he's looking to match that of the Mercedes driver and what he pulled off last year. Spectators, mechanics, all watching on eagerly into this that I would expect is going to turn into a bit of a battle. Clancy from Nocom, Angelina Simmons looking strong and hungry there in P3, as Nathan Kappen has not had the start that he would have wanted. He's currently in P5 there. You can see him on the screen just going into that double part of turns 11 and 12, as ahead of him Qureshi just signalling, think about the trio ahead, think about Clancy, Nocom and Simmons. Clancy gets turns 13 and 14 correct, gets the run really well down the straight, because it doesn't look like opportunity is going to exist just yet for Nocom. Axel just sitting there for now, but this is going to get exciting now, Anthony, because Qureshi and Kappen have arrived very quickly into this fight as Nocom now looks like he's trying to dance around on that grip, trying to hunt away past Clancy.
Yeah, it certainly is. So everyone watching on with anticipation on this one for the drivers at the sharp end of the field. Any moment we could see an attack here from Axel Nocom, but again, he's got to think of long game on this one. We're only lap number 3 of 15 right here, but the last thing he wants to have to deal with is Angelina Simmons going for an opportunistic move into P2 or for Nathan Kappen to get a move done. But as you can see here, these top 4 very, very close. And Aran Qureshi there as well in P5 will certainly be one driver looking at trying to close in on this one. Any move to the inside? Yes, there is. It's Kappen, though, for 3rd place. That's on Angelina Simmons. Move complete. Kappen now will want to get the move done on Nocom. If he can get that done, there might be a worry that Clancy and Nocom could do exactly what they've been doing in the qualifying heats. Get to 1 and 2, break away and drive away from the rest of the field.
I don't know if you'd agree then, Anthony, but I think there's a level of trust established by Clancy and Kappen. You know, they're friends on and off the track, I'd say, this weekend. They've sort of been working together to push away. But now this could be the opportunity for Kappen to attempt an overtake at last. Last year then, in that junior final on the 2nd day, we did see Connor just fall short slightly, was P2. Maybe today's the day that he pulls off that all-important win, which I'm sure he's going to be wanting in his home country here of UAE. There's Martin Bean just looking on at every single one of these 22 in your field, because everybody actually now is still circulating. Nobody's been lost. We've not got any DNS. Actually, we've had no major spills from anybody in this field. Clancy then still leading this one, not pulling away from Kappen, Nocom, Simmons or Qureshi.
Indeed. Well, for the seniors now, this is the fight on our hand in the junior categories. Didier Kreeft again goes fastest out there. Currently in 8th place. He's 2.1 seconds off the back of the race leaders right now. This is the race leaders here. And still, the action's still happening here. Nocom might be able to go for something if Kappen keeps clipping those curbs like that. A quick check over the shoulder just to suss what's happening. But the trio now staying line astern. Remember, Kappen has been working with Clancy over the course of these qualifying heats so far today. But a final is a final. Yes, Kappen hasn't stood on a podium at all. He's not had a 3rd or a 2nd so far this season. Can he come away with his first podium? And I think if he can, he would love for it to come away with a P1 out there. Clancy's already had 2 final wins so far this season. So Kappen's probably thinking, well, you've had 2, let me have 1. And if I can go for the move, we'll have to wait and see what happens, because he's dropping off the back a little bit here now. And Axel Nocom, I can imagine, is going to start to get just that fraction frustrated here if he sees that gap open up any more than what it currently already is.
Well, Kappen then can't shake off Axel Nocom just yet. Nocom looks over his shoulder, can see Qureshi. Simmons there as well, because that duo are still very much together. I think in the background of that then, Victoria Farfus is involved. I do believe maybe Didier Kreeft has just got past the driver from Brazil. Into turn number 1 they go once more. Loads of minimum speed being carried there by Connor Clancy. Just clips that curb ever so slightly on the exit of the corner. But he's really, you know, putting on a clinic here today of just showing how to manage that race lead where, you know, lap after lap, the track actually develops quite a lot for these drivers. Gusts of wind comes over, it pulls sand over the track. So it's not always the same when they hit the same corners the next lap. But for now, he's still leading everybody behind him. Still going into 11 and 12. It's Clancy, Kappen, Nocom, Qureshi and Simmons fighting out inside that top 5.
Indeed, big lunge under braking there, closing in once more. Nocom's going for it down the inside. Kappen squeezed onto the dusty part. Through goes Qureshi, through goes Simmons. Kappen now goes backwards in the order. Jihao Fei gets through as well. And now Kreeft and Farfus will try and push through. Axel Nocom there single-handedly denying a podium for this moment to Nathan Kappen with that move for 2nd place into that final corner. But that was a superb bit of fighting there for Nocom to squeeze his way through. And that is a move we have not seen so far over the course of this weekend in a front-running position. Nocom now has got a 7/10 gap to try and close into Clancy up ahead. If this was the mini class, I'd say that was easier said than done. But in the juniors, well, Clancy here has been looking comfortable all day long. And can he push forward again? This is that move again to the inside. Well, it definitely looked on there. The gap opened up. He went for the move down the inside. A little bit of rubbing there on the exit. And for Capin, just squeezed out wide. I can imagine he's not going to be happy with it. And under investigation, there is Axel Nocom for potentially causing a collision. The officials have noted that one, and they will be watching that one back.
Well, within this final then, Anthony, we were looking at maybe a 7th different winner of the final this year could be likely. It looked previously like it could have been Axel Nocom before that half a second was given to Conor Clancy, but now with him being under investigation for that side-by-side moment, is it going to be possible, or are we going to stay at 6 different winners? Is Conor Clancy going to take this one? For now, though, what he is doing out there in the race lead and with those 2 heat wins earlier on is pushing himself up in that championship order. Mani Nuvolini has not had the day he would have wanted, has dropped down, but now Axel Nocom goes down the inside at turn number 1, makes himself your new race leader. Clean as you like this time on Clancy, who looks like he's being shuffled back now into the pack as this trio on your screen gets all involved. Qureshi, now your newest race leader, gets past Nocom, who has to settle in P2 and invites Angelina Simmons into P3 again within this race.
This is fabulous stuff here for Aran Qureshi. And now Angelina Simmons fighting up at this sharp end. This is incredible stuff. You know, when I said the stale of could we see a 7th different final winner, well, we may be getting one of those now in the form of Aran Qureshi, who so far this year has not taken a final win. In fact, I don't think has even taken a podium so far this season. This is great stuff for Aran Qureshi in his appearance here for the Champions of the Future Academy program. Right now, for Qureshi, this is all about this weekend here, fighting at the sharp end. Battles happening further down the order. Mani Nuvolini fighting for place here. But the fight's not over just yet, because it is Angelina Simmons piling on the pressure to Qureshi. Now, Simmons also has not taken a final win so far this season. Could the young lady from Spain come away with her first? She looks to the inside, down towards turn 11 and 12, and she's done it. It's Angelina Simmons who leads the way. She leads a final for the first time in 2025 on lap 11 and on to 12. Angelina Simmons only has 3 laps left to go. Wide goes Qureshi. Nocom tries to fight back. Nocom looking to the inside at turn 1. It's not close enough this time around.
Well, the F1 Academy Iron Dames back driver of Simmons now looks like she could be on the charge to make herself the 7th different winner of a final here this year, and potentially your first female within the junior category to take a final win in 2025. She's pushed away slightly from the hands of Qureshi, just under 6/10 clear now from Qureshi, who's really under some pressure by Nocom. Those 2 drivers have swapped out for that P2, but Nocom still under investigation. Clancy still there inside the top 5. Maybe he's going to try and attempt for a move. But all that these drivers are doing, Qureshi, Nocom, Clancy and Didier Krieft, that 4, that quad on your screen there, is allowing Simmons just to push away. You know, she's really being given a bit of a gift within the last couple of laps of this race.
It certainly is. Mani Nuvolini, we saw him briefly earlier on. Now he's currently circulating in 9th place right now on a 6th place gain. He is still the championship leader at this moment, 402 points to his name, but the gap has closed down even more now, with Clancy still up in that sharp end of the order. He's still closing that gap down to around about 20 or so points between the 2 of them. But here at the front, Angelina Simmons, who came into this weekend 4th in the championship after the tough runs there. She now steps up to 3rd in the championship. If she was to maintain this lead fight, the gap's at less than half a second. They're starting to close in once more. Axel Nocom and Aran Qureshi have seemingly settled their differences. What's the gap this time around? As they come to the line, it looks a lot less than 0.5 of a second. I would say it's about 3. They cross the line now. It goes down to 2. 0.2 of a second separates then Simmons, Nocom, Qureshi. The fight's on in the last couple of laps of this race.
Yeah, Angelina Simmons there out of the first corner, just losing a bit of minimum speed. She just doesn't look like she's running that pace compared to Nocom and Qureshi there. And let's not forget as well, they've got that toe advantage. We have got a breeze out there on the track. Now then, the last couple of laps for Angelina on this circuit. We've got those 14 turns in total. She's got to tick those off and just try and hold on to it, but she's under pressure now and she knows it through turns 11 and 12. This is the moments then between Qureshi and Nocom.
Here she
goes.
Here
Still
it
saying
goes.
hello to each other, as now Simmons has lost that race lead. She has lost out to Nocom, who gets it done through turn number 14, invites Qureshi closer and closer, looks over his shoulder, goes down towards turn number 1. Over the bump they go. Simmons still there. She's not shaken. She's not rattled. She knows that she's got a job to do. Looks over her shoulder, looks at Qureshi, is now onto the defensive line. Axel Nocom goes. Final lap of things. Which driver inside this top 3 is going to take it, or is it going to be Didier Krief, because he's now arriving?
He is indeed. He snuck into 4th place there. But Axel Nocom, from his wins in Alpha San only a couple of weeks ago for the UAE series, now has seemingly found a new lease of life in these karts as he heads into the final sector on the final lap. Simmons, though, will once again look to the inside. Aran Qureshi has left the door open for Didier Krief. Krief has slotted through into 3rd place. It's released the 2 at the front. Nocom will hug the inside line. Simmons will rub the back bumper as they go into the final corner. Simmons will look to the inside. Simmons has got it. Simmons down the inside. Angelina over to Krief. Krief is there. Krief is there. Oh, who's got it? Oh, it's Simmons. Simmons by a whisker. Oh, my goodness me. I thought she'd celebrated too soon. It's a long run to that start-finish line, and I thought she'd celebrated too soon there. Simmons crosses the line and wins her first final of the season and becomes the first female driver in the junior class to take the final win, and of course becomes the 7th different final winner in the junior category so far this year. What a drive there. Nocom's going to be devastated with that one through the final corner. Didier Krief, though, my goodness, missed out by 0.057 across the line there. They were both celebrating. It looked like a complete photo finish to the end. There are some of the retirements from that race. Kawakera and Solomon Parega, unfortunately, both out of the race. There is Angelina Simmons coming back into Parc Ferme. What a final that was. What a show. Angelina Simmons celebrates as she comes in. An incredible drive. The happiness for one, the despair for others, and you can see what it means to them. And this is only the first final. This is that move again. Now, that looked absolutely superb. Looked absolutely superb there for Angelina Simmons. You were thinking, was it a bump and run there out of the final corner? But you don't see the head move from Nocom. It was just snuck that nose down the inside. This was the moment I thought she'd celebrated too soon. You saw how Krief had closed in, both of them celebrating, and my goodness me, that nearly could have been disastrous for Angelina Simmons, but it just held off by 0.057 across the line. Angelina Simmons becomes the 7th different final winner and the first young female winner in the junior category in 2025 in the Academy Programme International Series. There, though, Angelina Simmons from Didier Krief. Aran Qureshi, in his first appearance, takes that one in 3rd place. What a drive there for Axel Nocom. A P4 finish he'll be disastrous with that one. It was so close to that win at the very end. Gilles Halfay takes P5 ahead of Conor Clancy. Victoria Farfus from Julia Anglard. Mani Nubolini in 9th place still leads the championship, but only by a handful of points going into tomorrow and, of course, the final round next week in Alpha Sound. The rest of the results there on your screen. The recovery operation underway here. Great work from the marshals at the Alain Raceway International Circuit, which all started with dramas for Solomon Parega and the number 23 machine. That kart not starting from the word go. The magic spray came out, and that later fired into life, but all the way at the back of the grid. This was your race start, and again for Conor Clancy it was a good getaway. Nocom slotting into 2nd place. His incredible drive with the field over the course of today's qualifying heat put him on that 2nd row of the grid and straight away into 2nd place. Rest of the field in the background there having a few moments. Albert Tam getting caught out in that early stage, dropping backwards in the order. Not the start he would have wanted. The same for Kayokero as well, having those trepidatious. There was Nathan Cappin. Well, Nathan Cappin in the early stage, we were all hoping. I was thinking for him to come away with his first podium of the season. It wasn't meant to be. The move down the inside from Axel Nocom, which did put Nocom under investigation. This was it here. You can just see him squeezing through. A little bit of side-to-side contact there on the exit, which just squeezed Cappin onto the dusty part, and that just dropped Cappin out of contention. Later, Nocom into the lead. This was him down the inside. You can see how much dust there was there on the apex of that final turn. Great driving here for the field, which just brought everyone into play. Aran Qureshi had a brief spell at the front run of the field. Would later drop down to 3rd as Angelina Simmons continued her fight through. There was it past Nocom at turn number 11. Beautiful move there. Not seeing many overtakes into turn 11. You can see how feisty it was getting, though, further back in the order. Everyone pushing forward. Mani Nubolini, though, not up in the front-running spots where he'd like to be. Mani Nubolini has not actually taken a final win so far this season, but maintains his championship lead. Nocom with those late moves down the inside, trying to close in on Angelina Simmons. They managed to find a pact between the two of them, between Nocom and Aran Qureshi, and this was it. The lunge down the inside for Nocom took that lead away with only a lap to go. Angelina Simmons keeping her cool, and this move down the inside just squeezing her way through there and looking to be a cool, calm and collected overtake. Keep an eye, though. Didier Kieft nearly pipping Angelina Simmons to the line. The early celebration there nearly claimed another victim, but Angelina Simmons just by a whisker takes that final win by 0.057 of a second. Let's head down, though, to Parc Fermé, and I'm sure with a very elated Angelina Simmons.
Well then, Anthony, we're going to find out, Angelina, what a result for you. What a race. We want to hear all about it, because you're not only the 7th different junior winner this year, you're also the first female driver to win a final in the juniors in 2025. Talk us through the race and talk us about that run to the line.
Well, the start was actually good, and I just kept my head down and focused and pushed forward.
And, you know, with the drivers around you, it wasn't easy. Axel Nocom was very, very quick throughout that one. How did you manage? Because pretty much for every single lap, you looked so relaxed. You didn't make any mistakes from what I saw.
Well, one lap before the last lap, I was leading, but then Axel overtook me. And so I thought I had to overtake him in the last lap.
Well, Angelina, like we said, fantastic result. Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium. And we'll head back up to Anthony Jordan in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there in Parc Fermé. A great result there for Angelina Simmons. Comes away with her first final win, the 7th different final winner, and the first young lady to take a final win in the OKN junior category here in Alain. Well, one final down, 2 more to go here today's for Tuesday's racing, and it's Mini 60 that is about to head to the circuit for their final. And again, very close in that championship, very close indeed over the course of the qualifying heats as well. But it is all down to the finals in this one because, well, in Mini 60, we love how close the championship can always be. And it is a close one right now with still Perico in the lead of that intermediate classification. He's extended it just that little bit more after missing the round in Slovakia. He still maintains a good point lead. But we will wait to see them head out for their racing because it's coming up next. It's Mini 60. For Mini 60, it all falls down to this last race of the day, but of course another full day tomorrow. Drivers aged from the years of 8 to 12, 32 drivers, 20 of them part of the under-10 category, all from 18 different nationalities. A great event for the Mini 60 class, all running on the Paralin Opportunity chassis, powered by the TM Mini 360cc engine, 12 brake horsepower. Still revs up, though, to a mighty 14,000 RPM. Minimum weight, 110 kg, any gram underneath that. And they will be instantly disqualified from the final. The tyres that they use over this one is the Comet tyres that get used for the Mini 60. For these drivers, they have one set for the racing all the way throughout it, but still some great running for them over the course of the racing. But we do see what they can do in these finals. They line themselves up ready on the grid. And there is your current championship leader, Nicolo Perico, on the front of the grid, from racing out in Italy only on the weekend to out here in the UAE and back on the front row of this grid. Not alone, though. He'll have other drivers in and around him, and one of them will be young Mason Hibbert from the United Kingdom, who steps up to its first appearance in the Champions of the Future Academy Programme International Series. We saw him out in the UAE Series, but now we see him here in the full international series and starting it on that second row of the grid. But the story comes for a young Ava Lawrence. The treble 8 machine has found herself on the front row of the grid for this one, and I'm sure we'll be hearing a little bit from some of these drivers with Nicole Sutherland, who is down there on the grid.
I absolutely am then, Anthony. Thank you very much. And I'm going to start with an interview, just one interview from our minis, from Ava Lawrence, who's starting right at the front alongside Nicolo Perico. Ava, we just saw Angelina Simmons take a final win, another Discover Your Drive driver for 2025. In the minis, are you thinking that it's possible for you to come away with a P1?
Yes.
And then, Ava, tell us about today so far. It's hot out here, but you're used to these kind of conditions. You are from the UAE, but tell us a bit more.
Well, basically, yeah, I am used to these conditions, and I have driven here a lot of times. So I have been going from like P7 to P2.
And going into the first corner, lots of you drivers are together, and there's a lot of dust out there as well. Being on the outside row, what's that going to be like? Is it going to be difficult?
I'm just going to keep to the inside.
Well, Ava, good luck, and we'll see if you can maybe pull away a win here. That is Ava Lawrence. They're starting in the 888 machine. We're going to head back up then to Anthony Jordan in our commentary box. We're going to go into our Mini 60 final.
Certainly are. Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. And yes, indeed, A very dramatic first final there, and there's a look at the previous winners from this one. Slightly different, only 4 different final winners. I say only 4, still an incredible show. Nicolo Perico dominating the first ones in Portimao, which then saw Vincente Capella taking the first win in Valencia, win Gozchalk alongside that on the second day of racing. Zane Burgess and again Nicolo Perico with the 2 different final winners in Jesolo. That was very hot conditions there as well in northern Italy, right on the coast, and actually not far from Venice itself as well. Then we headed to Slovakia, win Gozchalk back with Zane Burgess, the 2 Americans taking the wins in Slovakia. Now here to Elaine and then of course Alpha San, who will be the 4 different final winners of the 2025 season. That is what we're about to see. Could it be this man here, Mason Hibbert, in his first appearance in the International Series? Could we find him on the top step of the podium? The work is yet to be seen here as the marshals prime themselves ready to go here in Elaine. They've done some great work over the course of this few weeks of racing, and so far they have delivered some fantastic safety for the drivers out there on circuit. There's another real contender in this one, Win Gozchalk. It may have not been the qualifying for this young man, but the qualifying heats certainly did go well for him. He now starts this directly behind Ava Lawrence on the second row of the grid after he started these races a lot further back than what you originally see him here. Win Gozchalk qualified a staggering 21st place at the start of today. Now finds himself on the second row of the grid. That is what it's all about in these qualifying heats. If you can push it through, get the results, you can start very high up in the order, and then the good news is that you can do it all again tomorrow and hopefully have a better qualifying. So hopefully we'll see what happens there. Third row of the grid as well, certainly going to be an exciting one with Brody Dowling there on the third row of the grid, joined by Atika Mir. A very strong showing from the Mini-60s, but it is all down to Nicolo Perico. He has taken 3 final wins so far. Dominated, of course, the first round. Then, of course, dominated in Jesolo in that second day of racing. Maximum points in that second day. Also took the fastest lap at the final point as well, just to help himself out. He missed out in Slovakia, but he still leads that championship by 56 points. That's quite a significant points lead from the rest of the field. Effectively, he could score 0 points in this final, and he would still be championship leader no matter what happens from anyone else.
Well, Perico was on the podium here last year when we last visited. It was a P3 for him then. Could it be a P2 or a P1 this weekend? We are going to find out, because these Mini-60s then, every single one of the 28 drivers on track sprung into life, sprung into action, and just weaving around then on the tyres as we head through the first sector in this warm-up lap.
Indeed. Well, last few chances then to get themselves primed and ready for this one. While they are doing that, let's take you through the starting lineup for the Mini-60 final with Nicolo Perico and Ava Lawrence on the front row of the grid. Mason Hibbert and Win Gozchalk go from row number 2 with Brody Dowling and Atika Mir on row number 3. Row 4 will see Samar Chopra and Manuel Kalendi. I still do have my rubber chicken. Lesnoli goes from row number 5 and will be joined by Achilles Peruzzi. Josh Bergman and Zane Burgess go from row number 6. Zane Burgess, the other one of the Americans here, has gone backwards from this morning's qualifying. Some tough results here on the 6th row of the grid with Baptiste Augustin and Rivan Preetham running out the first half of the field on row 7.
Row number 8 will look like Jan Garjelik alongside Sofia Rudenko, who's competing in her first final of the Champions of the Future Academy programme today. Row number 9 then will be Bruni Miranda with Alba Cueva, and then row number 10 is David Shtov with Edin Karesovic. Row number 11 we have Luasha Mathbello with Adam Hoffman, and then from 12 we have Giovanni Desani Jr. with Ronald Venter. 13, Lorenzo Zucchetto and Timur Jarapov. And row number 14, after not the day he would have expected, it is Benjamin Karakovic with Cornel Milo.
Indeed, big penalties in those first couple of races for Karakovic. Seen him start from the back of the field There you can see air temperature 30 degrees. It's a balmy day here in the desert just next to Oman. And right now we are all ready for this final Mini 60. Are we going to see the classic fight in the cadet classes here, Nicole? Are we going to see 20 karts fighting for first place on lap 12?
Well, how many have we got in the field? 28. So not 20, 28.
28 drivers fighting first place, on lap 12.
This is our minis. You know, they put on a show every single final of this year. Expect nothing less than that today.
Indeed. Here we go then. It's Mini 60 into the tram lines. It is lights out, fights on into turn 1. It's a good start for Perico. Keep an eye on Ava Lawrence in the treble 8. Can she get the run around turn 1? The answer is yes. She is slotted into, I think, 4th or 5th place now. I think it's 5th place it is on track. One car going very wide and just missing out on everyone else there for Lawashi Metabula. That is as close as you'd like to get, threading the needle there through turns 2 and 3.
Airborne moments for some of our minis. I've seen that a couple of times so far today throughout the heats when these drivers are just side by side. Those curbs are really big. They catch the bottom of that parallel chassis and the drivers just hopping up, doing bunny jumps there into the air. It does look like the drivers setting back down as we almost complete what will be your first lap of a very long, very hot final for these 28 drivers. Out there in the front, no big changes just yet, but in our mid-pack section, we've got drivers trying to battle it out, Zane Burgess being one of those. Out in the front then, your 1, 2, 3 is Nicola Perico from Mason Hibbert and Samar Chopra. Hibbert, not a driver we've seen out in this championship this year, driver from the UK, but has joined the grid and has really shown us early on already what he's made of, has stayed inside the top 10 throughout these heats and now could be on for a podium, could potentially be on for a Heat 1, but he's got to, for the time being, hunt down half a second to the Italian, to your championship leader of Perico.
Dowling was slow there out of turn number 6, put him under pressure from Lisnolli and Bergman, and they both got through. Dowling down to 6th place now in the lead fight there, but again, you're seeing at the front here how you're seeing a little bit of a spread out right now. Down the inside, this is Dowling back on the charge. May have lost out in those positions, but he's still showing that the pace is still there. He steps back up through the field. Perico leads then by just under half a tenth of a second here. And, well, he's there from Hibbert. Chopra there in 3rd. He's having a great race right now. Bit of fighting going on in the background there. Wheel banging on that straight. So that's Bergman, Godstchalk and Dowling all fighting. Ava Lawrence in that fight as well. Now, she's just set the fastest lap of the race, so she's not hanging around now. She started on that front row of the grid. She'd like to get back there at this moment. She's currently down in 7th place.
Well, retirements then, that's the 8.58 that is pulling in, and we'll go no further in this week's first final. That is Michelle Isabella there pulling over. So just some drama after catching that curb earlier on as well. Not sure if maybe that's the cause of that technical gremlin out there for him. Let's focus on the lead then, because it really has reduced. Perico is looking like he could shortly be under a bit of pressure as Martin Bean just pushes back Matabella there into the pit lane. Now, under pressure actually is Mason Hibbert, because Perico's 8 tenths clear, so it's Hibbert from Chopra. Oh, aggressive there into the second sector. These drivers absolutely not letting each other go.
No, they certainly aren't, and I can imagine there's some frustration coming in here. I mean, they're seeing Perico breaking away by 9 tenths of a second.
Again.
But no one working with each other to try and close that gap up. There is the confirmed now retirement for Metabula. It's very unfortunate, but yeah, that hit the curb, I think, taking him out of the race. Yeah, we're not seeing that frenemy teamwork that we usually would for the Mini 60s. They all keep squabbling for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. They're not really closing in. Now, this is still early stages. This looks a little better now. If these three could just lock onto each other, work together, not go for those little moves down the inside, they'll be able to close the gap up to the likes of Mason Hibbert and then to Perico. But you see these moments like this, that move down the inside. Now, Godsshaw's gone for it. It's a good move. But again, they need to just think about the bigger picture here, and that is fighting to get to the front runs of this race because it's so easily done. There are big straights here. They can utilise that slipstream. At the moment, we're just not seeing that working together. We are seeing the fights rage on here as the moves keep happening down the inside. Dowling, Augustine and Mir all fighting for position here.
Really intrigued to see how the battle between Hibbert and Godschalk potentially plays out. Of course, Hibbert is not in a championship fight here. He's not involved, but Godschalk is. He's P2 to Nico Perico points-wise, so try and think about how this one might go out. Hibbert then now being overtaken by Godschalk, who just, I think, pointed ahead and said, let's chase, let's catch up to that 1.6 seconds that Perico has got. But, you know, for now, he's looking like maybe he's too far ahead of the drivers. Sorry, that was actually Godschalk and Chopra that were swapping. Hibbert has got a bit of real estate out there in P2 ahead of Godschalk. So Perico then is 1.8 clear from the Great Brit of Hibbert, who's got a bit of room there to Godschalk, Chopra and Baptiste Augustin. As Zane Burgess now goes fastest.
And now Godschalk's got it back there to the front of that pack. Will he now be the one to push this one through? There has been some drama out there on the circuit, though. Straight off at the exit of turn number 3. One driver has not come through, possibly Giovanni Desani Jr., maybe even Adam Hoffman. There you can see the kart up. Now the driver's up and on his feet, which is good to see. Big move down the inside there. That's a sizable lunge. Thank you very much, says Lisnolli. Steps his way up through and into 5th place. And I think it was Giovanni Desani Jr. that has not come through. Which is a big shame, the driver of the 819 out of this race, I believe. But now the question is, now that the Godschalk is there, yes, can he control this pack now at the front to get them to work together to close in to first on Hibbert and then, of course, to Hibbert on Perico, because at the moment they're just not able to close that pace on each other.
Well, whether or not he catches up to those two drivers, Anthony, I think you could say that Godschalk has had a positive day overall because he swapped that P2 position championship points-wise with Zane Burgess so far. We've got to see how the rest of this race plays out, but he's grabbed some points. He's got himself further up the championship scoreboard, so I think he could be going back, you know, with a positive day in hand. Still leading these cars behind him. It's still Augustine, Lisnolli, Mir and Chopra, as that is the retirement out there. Giovanni Desani Jr. being that name who will go no further. Over the bump, these drivers go once more, and now Godschalk being challenged down the inside by Baptiste Augustin. Gets it at turn number 1. So Godschalk now being shuffled into the hands of the drivers behind.
Indeed. And once again, they're fighting for 3rd place. They may be thinking now we're on lap number 8 of 13 here. We've lost out, well, they're not lost out on 2nd place. That's still just up the road. But 1st place just seems like an impossibility right now. 3.8 seconds further up the road for 1st place as they continue to fight on now. Peruzzi on the charge. He's going wheel to wheel here. And it's not going to work out. That's Chopra. Samar Chopra back down the inside. And every attempt in this middle pack here is going to really worry pushing you further down the order. We're not being disappointed here with a great fight for a podium spot here, Nicole, but for these drivers, they're just not fighting for that front spot. They're releasing Perico, who continues to extend his championship lead with just 3 more championship point scoring opportunities after this final.
I don't know if you'd agree though, Anthony, but I'd say this mini final compared to what we saw at Slovakia and our earlier rounds is actually a bit calmer from our drivers. Whether or not that's because these drivers can't go too far off of the racing line because of that dust, they know that they've really got to stick down to those darker pits of the tarmac where the grip exists. Maybe that's the case why you don't see so much side by side, but it's a lot calmer despite, you know, having big trains of karts out there. This one led in particular by Baptiste Augustin on that 10 place gain. Not too busily just yet for these drivers as the clock ticks down, as these laps get ticked off for every single one of these 28.
Indeed, and look at that train now really starting to form up. One mistake will lose you a staggering probably about 15 places here.
Getting caught out there.
And yeah, he is, and he's the first of those victims there. It's so easy to just get shuffled out wide here. Hibbert's now part of this fight. He's having to defend here. Augustine to the inside. Godchok, Lesnoli, Mir all go through. Hibbert there really lost out and, well, absolutely sending each other into the middle sector 2 there, which has put Augustine in the front of this fight. But Hibbert, Godchok, Mir, Lesnoli all now starting to trip over each other with just a couple of laps left to go. Your race leader, Nicolo Perico, once again is clear by a staggering 7.4 seconds. Back to the inside. Hibbert retakes P2 away, leads this train, but my goodness me, you got to hold your breath for the last 2 laps.
Augustine there, P2 holding on to this train. Down the start-finish straight, he will go. He will hug that tighter line down the main straight to shorten that distance run. Over the bump they go into turn number 1. Holds on to the apex, gets the run. As he's lost one of the drivers out there. Is that Manuel Kalendi there buried in the barrier?
It is.
Kalendi then, such a shame because he did start so far up in the order as another driver getting caught out onto the rumble strip on the exit of turn number 1. This time the 825 again. Benjamin Karajkovic, not the day for Benjamin. Time after time, just drama for him.
Yeah, indeed. And he's up and out of the kart, and that is his final over here. Disaster for him. But eyes on the front here. Hibbert still leads this pack. This isn't for first place. This is for second place. Your race leader, Perico, is clear by 10 seconds from the rest of this fight. This is absolutely incredible stuff. And down the inside, Augustine goes through it on Hibbert. Hibbert loses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places as the train comes through. As they all scramble for position now, the fight's on as Win Godchok gets back into second place. He leads this train once more. Augustine down to third. Lesnoli's there as well. Zane Burgess is back into play in the 820. Can he get onto the podium despite the dramas that happened earlier on today?
Baptiste Augustine now again under pressure. This time it's Zane Burgess who looks like maybe he has pulled it off. Yes, he has. So despite that big moment in his first heat, Zane Burgess back in the sharp end of the field, back onto a potential podium. Your 1, 2, 3 then, Perico, Godchok and Zane Burgess. All 3 drivers who have taken final wins, but with 11.5 seconds to his name, Perico, I'd say, is going to be unchallenged here.
Perico's unchallenged. Win Godchok might be unchallenged here unless Zane Burgess and Atika Mir step that game up of racecraft and really push their way forward, and they are doing just that, staying line astern to wait for that final opportunistic moment to go for it. There's your race leader. Now he's exiting turn 6 and in towards turn 7. Here's second place going into turn 2 and 3. This is absolutely incredible here. The lead that Perico has got and the driving talents there of Burgess and Mir have worked out. The 2 of them have closed back into Win Godchok. If they had been fighting for this first half of the lap, they may not have done that, but they have done so here. Here is Perico into the final sector. I don't think there is a case we've ever seen it where celebrating too early might not work for them. Here it's going to be absolutely fine. Perico to the end wins by a staggering 12.6 seconds. The fight for P2 is on, and that's Hibbert down the inside, and through goes to 44. Is that Augustine? Is that Augustine through? He was 6th going into this lap. Baptiste Augustine gets a podium. What a drive there at that very end moment. Baptiste Augustin through that final chicane just squeezes up into P3. Win Godchok will take second place. Atika Mir just misses out there, drops to P4. But Nicolo Perico, what a drive. Clear by 13.4 seconds in the final. Lorenzo Zacchetta, though, is your biggest mover. That is a 13-place gain. He is joined by Milo Cornil as the biggest mover. He also gained 13 places, but there you could see Win Gottschalk celebrating with Perico. The two of them on the podium, Italy, America and France with Baptiste Augustin. What a drive that was to the very end. And for Perico, another final done and dusted. He continues his championship title fight now with 457 points from 383 from Win Gottschalk, who now steps up to second in the championship with that P2. Baptiste Augustin third from Atika Mir, Mason Hibbert from Zane Burgess, Achilles Peruzzi from Francesco Lisgnoli in 8th place. Sofia Rudenko in her first appearance comes away with a top 10 ahead of Broly Dowling. The rest of the field there sees Ilin Kadovic finishing in P11. Lorenzo Zacchetta with a 13th place gain ahead of David Shirov finishing in P13. There we saw the likes of Gedapov as well, finishing in P14, a 12th place gain from Miller Cornil's 13. Then we see Bergman, Quaver from Lawrence, Gardzielik from Preetham, Ventnor from Miranda, Chopra from Hoffman, and then the retirements: Krajkovic out, Kalendi out, Diazani Jr. out, and Metabilla also out. But for Perico, it was a fabulous weekend for him in Italy only a couple of days ago, and a few days later he comes to the United Arab Emirates here to Elaine, not only wins the final but decimates the rest of the field, clear by 13.4 seconds. Here's how it all transpired then at the start of that race. Relatively not eventful for the Mini 60 category. They all managed to get through turns 1 and 2 relatively unscathed. 1 or 2 drivers getting a little bit caught out worse aware further back in the field. But at the front, it was all clear and dry. Ava Lawrence had to deal with that starting on the outside of row number 2. That was Metabilla hitting the curb there. We saw him later retire from the race, but very lucky to just squeeze through the pack there. Battles happened in those early stages, mainly through that final hairpin as well. The chicane, there is the live feed of Perico, who seemingly seems very calm, and that's understandable. A gap of 13.4 seconds. I would feel pretty calm as well in that sort of race scenario. There was the retirements from Lawashi Metabilla, unfortunately. The driver from South Africa, his first time racing here at Elaine. His second time racing in the United Arab Emirates, and there you could see, I think, had terminal damage after that hit of the curb there. Potential chassis or axle problems for the driver from South Africa. Rest of the fighting here, and you can see there that the frustrations from the drivers, and it was a completely understandable frustrations. They were seeing Perico breaking away at that sharp end. It was clear by already 10 seconds at this point, and the fighting just continued on for third place. Baptiste Augustin going for those moves, Win Gottschalk having nothing better to do but to have to deal with those fights. But we'll let you watch the rest of these highlights on your screen. But we're going to pass down over to Nicole Sutherland, who is ready down there in Parc Ferme.
I am ready then, Anthony, and I'm ready with Nicolo Perico, 12 seconds ahead of anybody else out there, unchallenged, unbothered, and very, very relaxed.
Actually, not so much, because before the race I was a bit stressed, but happy, confident for tomorrow. Today we just do a strike because we won everything. Yeah, now happy, and let's see what we can do tomorrow.
And you'll be able to celebrate then, Nico, on the podium with that #1 trophy. But like you said, tomorrow, more championship points for you to try and get. Is that on your mind?
Not actually, but I'm a bit focused on it. Let's try to do much points that we can, actually.
Well, congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow then, Nico. Well done. We'll head back up then into our commentary box. One more final yet to come.
Well, thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland there down in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed, a very deserved win there for Nicolo Perico. not only a few hours ago, was racing out in 7-degree heat in northern Italy. But back here now to the Elaine Raceway and to, of course, the senior final that will be heading out onto circuit next, the last final of the day. And this will see the likes of Chiara Batigue on pole position with Oscar Gallin alongside. For these drivers, they have had quite the season of racing, which has seen a pretty dominant performance from Marcus Schilkunas, who has led the championship for quite some way on this one. He's taken multiple final wins, to be precise, 5 of them. Missed out in the third round in Jesolo, but did take a final win out in Slovakia. Someone else who also took a final win in Slovakia was Oscar Gallin, who found himself on that podium. The rest is other drivers as well. Hakkinen found herself on her first podium as well, joined with Chiara Batigue, who also joined on the podium there also in the early stages of last time out. But for these drivers, a lot of them just waiting for their chance to see what could happen. For Chiara Batigue, who starts this one on pole position, she's yet to take a final win. Could today be the day that we see our first female final winner in the senior category and also our 4th different final winner in the senior category? We'll have to wait and see, because that'll be heading out on track in a few moments' time. For other drivers here who are looking to come away with a good result, of course, Oscar Gallin, who did win the second of those 2 finals back in Slovakia earlier on in the year. The driver from Poland also starting this one on the front row of the grid, and certainly one to keep a close eye on. For other drivers, they've had some tough running in these qualifying heats, but now it's all down to that final. OKN senior final heading out onto the circuit for their last race of the day. Remember, for the Academy program, it is 2 full days of racing. If today's final doesn't go well, it's a brand new day tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, it's the last race of the day. It's OKN Senior. It's coming up next. The sun is setting on the Elaine Raceway here for the final race of the day. The OKN Senior Final. Drivers aged 14 to 18 years, 28 drivers, well, 32 drivers I will say, entered into the weekend. 16 different nationalities, though, taking part in this weekend. Certainly looking forward to seeing what they can do out on the circuit. Plenty of action is ahead of us. The karts themselves, though, the Kart Republic KR2, the same as the juniors. The Miami Reedster 125cc outputting 35 brake horsepower, also the same as the junior, but the unrestricted version, the beauty of the OKN engine. Minimum weight 150 kg, that is kart and driver included. Any gram underneath that, they will be in a spot of bother with the officials. The tyres being used, the Vega XM4s here being the tyre of choice. No wet tyres needed, of course. And again, it is the 1 full dry set per day that the drivers will use over the course of this one. This set will be replaced for tomorrow for their time qualifying heats. Of course, that second final tomorrow. But now is their last race of the day. The front of the grid is primed and set here. Everyone getting themselves ready here a great showing of female drivers here this weekend in the senior category. 10-plus female drivers in this grid for this one. Of course, 3 of those drivers being backed by the F1 Academy program. And of course, not only that, but the incredible backing by not only the Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 team, but the Kick Sauber team as well. And of course, the brand new addition that came in earlier on today. It was just announced, the brand new partner in the form of the Visa Cash App Racing Bulls F1 team as well, becoming the latest host for the Champions of the Future Academy program. But let's head down to the grid and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Thanks very much then, Anthony, down here on the grid ahead of this last final of the day. We've caught up with Chiara quite a few times today, and I wasn't going to go for an interview, but we spotted something quite bold, quite ambitious. Chiara, you've swapped sides of the grid, which I think is a bit of a different choice. Are you going to tell us why, or is it a secret?
It's a secret, you'll see.
We'll see. So is it going to be something special?
Well, I hope so.
Well, maybe I'm going to go and catch up with Oscar to try and find out why he thinks it's happened, but we'll see how that one plays out. Oscar, of course, had some good results last time out at Slovakia, and I'm going to ask him why he thinks Chiara has gone for that one. Oscar, come over. Good result last time for you at Slovakia, very quick, and you've come into this one, you look confident. Chiara and yourself have swapped sides of the grid. For you, why do you think that could be?
For me, I think it's a little bit to sabotage Silkunas Marcos. But yeah, I feel pretty confident on the inside, so I know I can still gain a position. It's just about to do a good start, and then it's gonna be there's gonna be an easy part.
Well, maybe we're going to see if you've been, given a bit of a gift with that choice by Chiara. Only time will tell out there. And like Oscar said then, your championship leader of Marcus Jilkunas, maybe it's to try and throw him off of the path. Here is Marcus. Marcus, talk of the town so far before we go into this race is that Chiara and Oscar have swapped sides. Do you think that's got anything to do with you at all?
I don't know. I really don't know, but they did what they chose, so we see what will happen, and I hope this will even benefit me in the first corner.
Well, you're on that tighter line, you're going to be off of the dust, so maybe it's going to give you and Oscar a bit of an advantage here. Only time will tell. Marcus, for you, you've taken so many final wins. Are you still counting those wins, or have you lost track so far?
Yeah, I'm still trying to do my best and win as many as I can. So I will try to do my best again, yeah.
Well, Marcus, good luck for this one. Like the back of the helmet says, catch you if they can. We'll go back up then into our commentary box. Like we said, last final of the day, and it is our seniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there on the grid. Indeed, yes, just that last final to go. It is the longest one out there with a staggering 17 laps. And there is a look at your previous race winners in these finals. Well, Portimao dominated by Marcus Jilkunas. Valencia dominated by Marcus Jilkunas. But then we went to Italy, to Jasalo, Wojciech Woda and Jacob Mikulev were your winners out there. Then we headed to Slovakia, saw Marcus Jilkunas back on the top step, but Oscar Gallen taking that one. Only 3 different final winners then over the course of the 2025 season. And with Chiara Batigue starting this one on the front row of the grid, with that elected switching sides of the grid as well. This could be her chance to come away with her first final win of the 2025 season. We're certainly looking forward to seeing what will happen over the course of this one. But the rest of the field here, primed and ready to go. Their confirmation of the pole side, the swapping side for Oscar Gallen now. Well, he has the benefit of he's got the inside line here. The only downside he will have is that he will have to start behind, of course, Chiara Batigue, which then puts Reipold up into the order. We've not seen this switcheroo so far this weekend, so not sure how this is going to play out there. Certainly a very interesting scenario. But we tried to get the words out of the drivers, but they are all kind of hush-hush for the time being for the field. So let's see what happens to the drivers out there as they prime themselves ready to go. But all of these drivers here are ready for the fight. But let's see what happens for the racing out there. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the box.
Absolutely do then, Anthony. Very warm out there for our drivers still, but it is starting to cool off. We are starting to see a little bit of a breeze as well. That breeze is picking up, and maybe that's the case that more dust is going to be put over the circuit for these drivers. Still so interested to see then what happens, Anthony, with Chiara Batigue's whopping side story of this race. How's it going to play out? Only time will tell. But, you know, she's going to be on that dirtier anti-pole side unless she can really get a good run out of the final corner. That's a bit of an interesting one. Is that real?
No, it's not. Do you know what, actually? That's fair play that you said that, because at the start of this weekend, there's an RC model airport not right next to the track, and there is the runway for it. It's the very unorthodox landing there of a plane. But yeah, no, there was a big jet that was flying around. I thought, my goodness, this guy's going to crash. He's got to be careful. I then later realised it was a toy in the sky and not a real jet. It was very big, it was very loud. Right then, but anyway, enough about that. Let's talk about the racing, because it is final time for the seniors. Chiara Batigue and Oscar Gallin on the front row of the grid for this one, but a switch of sides has put Chiara Batigue on the outside into turn one. This will benefit the second row of the grid for Casper Reipold, but not for Markus Schilkunas, who should be starting third place. He'll now be put back in the order just a fraction. The third row of the grid, Ella Hakkinen and Marlon Bayer go from there. They'll have Clara Kowalczyk and Jana Pascal on row number 4. Amelia Vishamirska and Dinia Ismov go from row number 5. Wojciech Voda and Ryan Koreshi go from row number 6. They'll see Guido Badoli and Shivan Karthik go from row number 7. Radek Vavra and Sadamat Soy round out the first half of the field on row number 8.
Part 2 of your grid, going from row number 9 after denoting down the order compared to qualifying, is Vanessa Shilkinator alongside Igor Tukhanov. From row number 10 then we have Karolina Redondo for her first final in racing since we were out in Slovakia. A bit of a wait for her. She's starting alongside Gabby Texera. From 11 we have Elias Leman with Simon Hollander, and then Benjamin Borges and Dylan Patel go from row number 12. Anastasia Jurasis and Max Lacroix are housed on row number 13, and then 14 it's Omar Jorge with Ian Marwer. 15 will be Timothy Sevastianov alongside Magana Lusa. And row number 16, Pietro Kamalengo will round out your field alongside Tar Alexieva. 16 rows in total, 32 OKN seniors for their first final of this week. Who's it going to take it? Is it going to be the case where Markus Schilkunas runs away once more, or will we have a new winner in the mix?
Well, we'll have to wait and see for this one, because it's all about to kick off here in the final, the OKN senior final, primed and ready to go. And apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for that one. The mechanics are feisty at the best of times. But yes, we'll apologise for that one on his behalf. But yes, anyway, here we go. Final time then for the senior category. The front of the grid, it's Oscar Gallin and Chiara Batigue, because Chiara Batigue has switched sides. It's lights out, fights down, and Gianna Pascal's immediately switched to the inside. A big sideways moment there, and there's drama in the back of the field. 2 karts out of this final before the race has even started, and it's not been the start for Chiara Batigue at all. She's dropped down to third place here at the start of this race. The 2 drivers that didn't come through, unfortunately, looks to be Aran Moar, who's not come through, and Magana Lucia, who's not come through. The 2 drivers are out on the first of these laps, and for some drivers here, just not the start of the race they would have wanted. Dust getting kicked up there. 2 drivers going very loose in that early stage, and my goodness me, the start of this senior final has been just that fraction bit dramatic. I think maybe maybe Ryan Qureshi may have had a moment, and I think that moment is he's out of this race, because I can see another kart off the track walking away to the Marshall point out of the final turn. That's another driver getting squeezed off in the background and up and over the curb. That's the 255 that's trying to get back onto the circuit. That's a high runner. That's Dinia Islamov, who started P10, who's now tumbled down the order. But all the way at the end of that one, it's Marcus Shilkunis that leads the way from Oscar Gallin. They're clear by 0.2 of a second from each other, but they're clear by 2 seconds from Chiara Batig in third.
So many drivers this weekend in your OKN senior class have said these curbs, if you touch them, there's a bit of a vacuum effect that goes on. They really do pull you off the circuit, and corner after corner in the background of the stream, I've seen so many drivers get involved in that, end up on the dust and kick it up into the face of the drivers behind, as well as make their own tyres dirty for the next couple of corners. Out in the front then, Gallon and Shilkunis are your 1 and 2. Chiara Batig has fallen way off of the back of both of those drivers. That tactical decision to swap sides just hasn't worked in her favour, because now Gianna Pascal is right there on the back of the Red Bull driver. These are your 2 at the front though, Gallon and Shilkunis. I would predict are working together early on in the stages of this one, pull away from the rest of the names in the field. Shilkunis trying to pull away from one of his biggest championship rivals in the form of Chiara Batig.
Yeah, indeed. And Chiara Batig now there, you can see, working with Gianna Pascal, who's putting herself through. And, of course, at the moment in South Africa, it's all about exams at the moment out there, and a lot of these drivers in the mix of that. Gianna not at the moment.
Yeah, Minerva athletes.
Well, that as well. She's just done, I think, her SATs, and now she moves off to Minerva as well. So another entrant for that one. And Sol, who is here at the circuit, who is the highest to the sun here as well. I'm sure he'll be very happy about that one. Here, though, the fight for first place is on. Gallin now in the lead from Shilkunis as the fight is on. Reipol's had a moment out there, and I can see there's yellow flags out of the final corner. One of the drivers is out. Now he's in a spirit suit. It's the 262 that is out of the race. It's Elias Lamar, unfortunately, who is his first appearance here in the category. The Frenchman out of this race, the Swiss-born French driver out of this race. It's a big, big shame. Eyes on the rest of this one, though, as the sun sets. The fight is still on, but Gallin looks mighty quick here, Nicole, breaking away from Marcus Shilkunis now.
Yeah, and drivers have also said, you know, it's hard to lead these races with the dust out there. You're the first driver that hits it. You've got no benchmark to see if the corner has, you know, changed from the lap before, if the corner is different now and slippier. But Gallon is really managing this one well, has gone purple sector 1 and 2, as well as improving on his sector number 3 over that previous lap. Shilkunis still in this one though, still on the back bumper, but that duo has broken away from Batig, Pascal and Marlon Bayer. Marlon Bayer this weekend has been on good form. He had a really good moment in the previous heat, tried to go 2 for the price of 1 for a move. And as we say moves, Marcus Shilkunis now has bit the bullets on Oscar Gallon and has made himself your new race leader. Is he going to be on a charge to try and get another final win in here this year? You know, so far it was a win at Portimao twice. He then had wins on both days in Valencia and another win out in Slovakia. Can he try and do the same, but this time on the other side of the world?
Indeed. Well, we'll have to wait and see, because again he tucks in here down that start-finish straight. There is Chiara Batig in a very lonely third place there. She has stood on the podium many times, as that's Gianna Pascal and Ella Häkkinen out of the race. The 2 young female drivers out of this final, and that is such a shame there. The recently announced McLaren driver of Ella Häkkinen, and there Gianna Pascal out, and that is disastrous. They were right up at that sharp end. 2 drivers who are also high up in that championship fight as well, and that is such a shame here on lap number 6.
Well, it's getting a bit busy in the positions then that have been left by Häkkinen and, of course, Gianna Pascal, the drivers who had filled those spots, like Vavra and Shilkanator, now trying to have a go down towards turns 13 and 14. There you can see Shilkanator just hugging that tighter line through turn number 13. Gets a good run now down the start-finish straight. Is she going to try and go for something in towards turn number 1? Not just yet. And there is the McLaren driver in the form of Ella Häkkinen there. I'm sure she'll be despondent with that. DNF was on good form for a top 5, was holding on to some good championship points as well. As it stands, P4 points-wise in your virtual championship, but it's going to cost her today with this poor result.
Yeah, it certainly will do, and not what you want to see at all. Speaking of championships, well, Markus Šilkunas is the talking point on this one. 558 points from the 431 points from Chiara Battig. That's an astronomical points lead going into it. And I think, it's all kind of sealed and done there for Markus Šilkunas. A win here, I think, secures the title with still tomorrow and a whole round to go.
Yeah, Šilkunas has really done a good job, but this year has pretty much, outdone as well what was achieved by Luna Flusha in 2024. Every single round he's been, fighting for those wins, and a lot of the time, actually, he's not even had to fight. He's driven off from the rest of the field. Doesn't look like he's driving off in this race, though. Oscar Gallen still there, and Gallen has improved weekend after weekend and looks confident after his first podium of the year in the form of a race at Slovakia. The gap then between these two drivers is extending slightly, but it's only just over 2 tenths. Now actually just over 1.5 tenths as they exit out of the final corner, back down the start-finish straight once more. Over this bump here into turn number 1, where the drivers have to be strong on the front end. Don't let that kart fall away from them. Carry that minimum speed on the exit of these corners and tick off every single one of the 14 that exist on the circuit. Šilkanator on a charge here then, Anthony. Could be a good final for both brother and sister Marcus and Vanessa. She's up by 11 places to be P6.
Yeah, possible chance of a podium here with the time we have remaining with this current situation, as that's Carolina Redondo out of the race. That's a big shame for her. The young female driver from Spain who hadn't stepped foot in a kart or any racing capacity since Slovakia the last round. A long break from racing, out of this first final of the weekend. But again, the good news can be said, tomorrow is another day. Still, this fight rages on. As you see there, Vanessa Šilkanator starting 17th, currently 6th on an 11th place gain, is closing in on Marlon Bayer, and you can just see there in the background, just sneaking through the shot. And it's still, podium could be up for grabs there if they can close in to Chiara Battig, but Chiara Battig is in a bit of a no man's land at the moment, and she is clear up ahead by quite some way, clear behind by quite some way as well. So really just a case of waiting and seeing what happens between these two here. Will we see the fireworks between Šilkunas and Gallen? That is the only question that remains in this one. And so far, we've already seen Gallen go for the move so far on this one, Nicole. Could we see it again from him? I'm thinking yes. You're seeing the communication coming from Šilkunas to say, come on, let's just keep going. But, yeah, I think if Gallen looks over his shoulder and sees the gap that he's got, I think he's got full right to go for a full battle on this one.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think he's, within that distance to really try and give it a good go. Maybe just trying to tick off a couple more laps before he goes for that gap, because, he looked behind him just a moment ago. He's going to see the flash of that Red Bull logo on the side of Chiara Battig, because she is in distance of your top two. Šilkunas, though, has got a bit of room there just to continue to dance around. He doesn't need to defend this position at all just yet. We're over this 50% mark of the race, and actually some good progress made by drivers further back in the field. Tar Alexieva being one of those, a first round for Tar within this championship. 19 places gained, as still there's plenty more time to go. No time to go, though, for quite a few drivers who we have lost, including Carolina Redondo, Gianna Pascal, Ella Häkkinen, Elias Leman, Ryan Qureshi, Ian Marwa and Magola Lusa as well.
Indeed. We're fighting a fly in this commentary box. It's nightmarish right now.
It's the same fly all day.
The bravest animal in the world is this fly. Nice attempt there, Nicole, but no, I think he's sticking around. But no, here on this lap, this is all about these drivers. I mean, Gallen's really now, I think, struggling to keep up with Shilkunas here. We have seen those slight mistakes from Shilkunas over the course of today's racing.
Yeah,
we saw those moments out of turn 12. Remember when he hit that exit curb, he lost a lot of space, and then Gallen was able to go through. But we're not seeing those now. And in this one here, he's really just trying to dig deep for the rest of this field. The action behind, though, well, do I dare say that Wojciech Voda, who has snuck his way through, so has Vanessa Shilkaneta past Marlon Bayer. Are they closing in on Kira Batig with the time that we've got remaining? Potentially so. The fight for the last spot on the podium could still be on here.
Yeah, well, Marcus Shilkunas out there in the front, pace-wise through these sectors. He's only around about hundredths faster than Oscar Gallen. That's why you're not seeing that gap be reduced, because, he is faster, although it's only ever so slightly. Batig then hasn't managed to find anything else. She's not got an extra gear just yet within this race to catch up to the duo in the front. And now, she's falling off further and further back in the field. Out of turn number 14, Marcus will continue to go on this dominant form. And really that gap of just over 2.5 tenths of a second isn't being eaten into by Gallen. Drivers further back, Casper Reipold looked really strong earlier on today. Heat number 1 was very quick indeed, but he's just fallen short in this final. Not quite had the legs to get inside of the top 5 just yet, as you're continuing to laugh at the fly that's flying around in my face, Anthony.
I am, yeah. I'm just waiting for it for one of us to swallow it, and then all of a sudden, we've got a real problem on our hands. Sarah Soy showcasing the pace that she had here last year now. Purple out there, 54.111. She was one of the pole sitters from TQ here in Elaine in 2024 for the Champions of the Future Academy programme. And she's certainly showcasing that pace now. The young Williams back driver currently sitting in this one in P17. All calm at the front of the field now. Everyone pushing their way to the very end. The Shilkunas-Gallen battle continues to hold off for the time being. Fight still happening, though, in and around the field. Casper Reipold on that last lap managed to get past Marlon Bayer. And Alexieva trying to go for the move. You tried again, Nicole, to get that fly. I'm gonna demonstrate this. I'm gonna end this fly once and for all. Being very competitive in the commentary box right now. Nearly got it. But here in this race, still, I've been so impressed with Pietro Camerlengo. Despite the dramas that he had in the first qualifying heats, he's gained 12 places in P19 now. And then also Alexieva as well, 20 places gained, is up to P12. And then also Vanessa Shilkaneta, 12 places gained there in P5. Seriously, some big moves in this race.
Yeah, Vanessa as well. Let's not forget a bit of a tyre advantage for her. She had that DNF in her first heat. So that's probably come into play with all 12 places gained for her. Brother of Shilkunas then out in the
more
front.
Dramas.
What have you spotted, Anthony?
Final sector, down at turn 13. Driver in the barrier there, and I suspect possibly, as I was just praising him, Pietro Camerlengo, I think, is the latest retirement in this race. That is commentator's curse, if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, absolutely is. We have a pile of things that we say, and a lot of things go into that of being wrong. That will enter into the commentator's pile then today, Anthony, for this final. Shilkunas out in the front then, continuing to break away now from Oscar Gallen. It's now over 6.5 tenths that he has got. Is it the case that Gallen has got tired over the past couple of laps of this first final for the seniors of this week's racing? Shilkunas looks over his shoulder then to the 207 of Oscar Gallen. He's going to be confident. I'm sure he's probably going to be smiling under that helmet as he heads down towards the third sector for what will be the final time of this race.
Indeed, for Marcus Shilkunas now, he's going to look for his 6th different final win here. What an incredible season this young man is having. And with this final win, will look to claim a title in 2025. Marcus Shilkunas wins in Elaine and secures another 50 championship points on the rest of the field. He now has a staggering 558 against Chiara Batigue's 431. An incredible performance over the course of the season, and a very deserved win there. And there you can see that was a point there. That was Wojciech Woda coming over despite that terrible accident Wojciech Woda had earlier on. Great to see him out in this final and having a relatively decent result in that one as well. A P4 comes across to Marcus Shilkunas, points at him and says, "Did you win?" "Yes, I did." "Well done." But great stuff there for the seniors. Marcus Shilkunas ahead of Oscar Gallin and Chiara Batigue. The run of podiums continues for Batigue, but that chance on the top spot is still eluded with 3 more finals of the 2025 season to go. Marcus Shilkunas wins ahead of Oscar Gallin. Chiara Batigue from Wojciech Woda. Vanessa Shilkunaita from Kasper Reipold. Dinia Izamov from Marlon Bayer. Radek Vavra, Emilia Wiszomirska, Gabi Teixeira, Tara Alexieva, Klara Kowalczyk, Guido Badoli and Benjamin Bosch round out the top 15. The biggest mover in that race, Tara Alexieva, 20 places gained, finishes in P12. There you can see, unfortunately, Carolina Redondo just heading back to Parc Ferme. A very tough result there for the young female from Spain, and hopefully she can bounce back stronger tomorrow after a long break from racing, of course. Finds herself out of this one with many more as well. Pietro Camerlengo, Gianna Pascal, Ella Hakkinen, Elias Leman, Ryan Qureshi, Anne Moir and Magana Lucia all out of it. There, though, the 202, Marcus Shilkunas, a very strong performance there. A solid drive to the very end. Job done. Here's a look at the start of this one. Of course, the switch of sides here didn't work out for Chiara Batigue. Instantly, of course, started ahead of Oscar Gallin, but Gallin had the inside line, which means he was able to take that run. And Chiara Batigue immediately down to third, a big hit of the curb there, immediately having to defend from Hakkinen and Gianna Pascal, who would later on in the race, unfortunately, collide with each other. And the rest of this field here, all pushing their way through in this early stage. Delivered a great result still in those mid-packs. Some really big movers through the field. Some dramas right at the start for Ayan Marois and for Magana Lucia. Their race did not get started from the word go. Big shame for them. Other drivers having moments. Guido Badoli having tough moments there. There is, of course, sister Vanessa Shilkunaita there, just going through, and unfortunately her not seeing the podium, but certainly finding her way to the front of the field. But, brother Marcus taking the win overall out there on the circuit, and of course a dominant performance in the racing for Marcus Shilkunas. Comes away with another final win for his tally. His points lead continues by quite some way. For Oscar Gallin, it's a great second half of the season as well. A P2 finish. We'll see another podium for the young man from Poland, and we'll see him up at the sharp end of the podium and his extension into the championship points as well. Well, the fighting is done for today. The podium's coming up later on today, but let's head over to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, with your race winner of Marcus Shilkunas, Marcus, other side of the world, but same result, another final win.
Yeah, I'm really happy with everything. how it's gone this race and also this season. Everything is really, really good, and the chassis and the setup is really nice. Also, I'm happy with this win as well.
You know, and more championship points put on the board there for you, maxed out in that final with the 50 that will go to your tally. But let's not forget, you know, that decision made by one of your biggest competitors this year, Chiara Batiste, to swap sides. Do you think that actually, you know, helped you in that final? Are you maybe a bit thankful because of that decision?
Yeah, it actually helped because I had the inside line for the next corner, and usually the inside is always better, so just made a good start and finished there.
Well, Marcus, thank you very much, and congratulations, another final win for you. That is Marcus Ciulkunas, your last final winner of today's racing. These drivers will head to the podium later on, and we'll go to Anthony Jordan about what we can expect for that and, of course, for tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, those podiums coming up very, very soon. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. But, of course, as well, tomorrow we will be back and racing once again for time qualifying, the qualifying heats, and, of course, those finals for the last day of racing here in Alain before the championship heads to the final round in Alphasan. With the same week as the final round of the Formula One Championship as well. They'll be taking part that weekend. But from myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, we'll say goodbye for now. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow, but don't go anywhere. Those podiums coming up very, very soon.
Break it down now.